The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo, how's everybody today? It's the middle of winter here. Shortest day was yesterday, actually. I don't know what you call that in ancient times, the shortest day of the year. That's damn freezing. And we got Tommy T with us. Long time no see. You been given freebies, although it doesn't amount to much. How's the audio sound out there? All right. I'm not sure if we've lost Michael King or not. Yeah, falling asleep, is he? I've seen him a little rider, just in case. On Discord, hangs out there a bit. So yeah, it's run up pretty smooth today, but I overslept, unfortunately. But anyway, that happens. So we're doing that today. Skinwalker Ranch, more stuff going on that we need to address. Secureteam is putting out more garbage that we need to look at as well. And other people, of course. Never ending. If only people could put out real good stuff. But yeah, I think it's getting really, really much harder to document real UFOs now. Maybe they've had enough of us. I haven't had anything happen for a long time now. They came, they go. Just wait for us to self-destruct, I suppose. Got to have all the wars going. But yeah. Yes. What can you do though? It's best to neutralize before they strike you, I suppose. So yeah, there's my website. Link. Needs a major updating though. Let me just it's got all the PayPal and stuff there if you want to not to donate to YouTube too much. Just put it on the other thing. Oh actually, oh yeah, that still works, I think. Maybe it was stuffed up with the gifts last week. It won't allow me to scroll right down to the bottom. It's kind of stupid, but anyway. And pilled, we have to do pilled. Where is it? There it is. Better pause that. Looks like it's working alright there. How many people we got there? None? Too busy watching Fox News or something, I guess. about the war developing. Unless I've done something wrong, which I wouldn't be surprised. Where is everybody on Pilled? Good question. I reckon we've got 2 there now. One on YouTube. 4 on Rumble. Okay. That's bouncing up. We've normally got about 8 lurkers there. But that's alright, everybody's welcome. If you got something to say, opposed or for, agree with, or just want to talk UFOs, use the side chat. Keep it on topic though, would help. You can see I've got a lot of tabs today, so I'm not sure how we're going to get through it all. But we'll probably start over with Secureteam. Have I forgotten anything, is the question. 3rd phase, I probably got some stuff there too. Unsecure. Okay, what's happened to the format now? Well, it doesn't matter, I suppose. Google keeps messing around. It used to fit nicely in that space, and now it doesn't. Yeah, scale's right there. It's like it's got some sort of auto scale. They've changed it somehow. They're moving around the thumb again, are they? Maybe not. Maybe it's because of the formatting. Let me just reload that. Oh, it's come back in now. No, it's gone wrong again. Beats me. How many views did he get? I think he's slowly getting less and less views. People are getting fed up with his crappy videos now, hopefully. Apart from a few airheads, anyway. What's up, guys? Oh, I should really bring out the Tyler emoji, shouldn't I? Let's see. We could have the alien being his puppet. Where best did I put him? Avatars. Haven't run 2 together for a long time. Why is it not clicking? Something weird going on there. Where's the Tyler one? I wonder if it still works. Is that the one? Video size 1. And watch microphone. As you can see, we got quite a lot. Where's it disappeared to? Right. Yeah. What's a guess? Yeah, he's got alien controlling him. As soon as I release him. Yeah, it's been a long time, guys. Everybody keeps dying around me. They'll start calling me Killery. Okay. What we got going down here? Michael, I was watching your old stuff with you mocking Tyler. It was funny as F. Yeah, people don't watch my old stuff. But UFO people don't normally have a sense of humour, so maybe you're not a UFO person. They're very sensitive when you mock their idol. So, is it still working alright? It looks like it's in sync. It wasn't bad. I think it took me about 4 hours to put all that together with the animation. I like his eyebrows. Did I actually make them a bit thicker? Don't think so, just darken them a bit, I think. USA! USA! Fight, fight, fight. Fight the Out There channel. I challenge him to kickboxing. That's normally what happens, isn't it? cause conflict. Anyway, let's get stuck in, I suppose. We can do all that size, but doesn't quite fit in the space nicely. It's got some clipping, but do we need to worry about it? Probably not. I don't know. I don't think I scaled it up, did I? Where's the scale thing? See, even that's not fitting in. Oh, right, that's because that's hanging over. I suppose we could bring it down a bit. What's up, guys? Okay. Paul is a funny dude, huh? 75. Let's go down one. Aha! There we go. Now it's fitting. Yeah, let's do it that way. Ew, no! Oh, I don't have it muted. Let's just...
Hey, what is up, guys? Tyler.
It seems a bit low now. The music was really loud. Let me just monitor it.
Here with Secureteam. So to kick...
It doesn't sound like him though, does it? What's up, guys? I sound more like him. Sounds like AI generated, doesn't it? I think he's getting lazy. He probably puts his script together and then feeds in with timestamps, so it's, you know, it's like a subtitle, and it just adds it to the video. Yeah, let's have
things
a
off
volume.
today. I want to show you some really interesting pieces of UFO footage. So without further ado, let's jump in. Now to kick off today's show, I want you guys to check out this really intriguing piece of UFO footage that was recently sent in by a viewer named Marissa, who lives down in St. Augustine, Florida. She said that this footage was taken just a few days ago while she was sitting in her car in a parking lot on her lunch break.
Okay, I would have thought it was a plane contrail at the start, right? One of those short plane contrails you get.
Here's what she wrote in the...
But, the way it's moving looks like it's CGI generated. Or, it's not actually in the sky. A lot of these videos coming out nowadays are using reflections in glass, so... Does it look like it's being filmed through glass? It looks pretty crap image, doesn't it? So we got it on HD? Yeah. Could it be like filmed inside a car and that's a high mask light or something outside reflecting off the window? Very possible. Let's just have a look. Looks like it's uneven. Does it look like it's CGI at all? It's got a lot of compression, it's out of focus. In fact, it's a bit hard to tell, but as you can see it's not a typical going to be a UFO, right? You can see it's uneven. Looks like it's in 3-4 parts. Could be 1, 2, 3, 4 LED lights in a car. Okay, let's just keep on playing it.
In the email she sent Secureteam. Hey Tyler, I've been watching your channel for years and I finally caught something I think is worth sending in. Okay,
car park. It reminds me of that one that was filming those strange things above that. Where's the microphone going? Is it still working alright? These headphones are going to fall bits before long. Yeah, it looks like maybe the same woman filming above some shopping mall where they got high mask lights. Let's see. There's some cars around, a lot of curvature happening. Which this car here could be reflecting onto the window from the side. There's something over here, off shot, and because it's curved and the window's curved, would it even out so it's not such a curve? It's possible. Well, it could be a car over this way that's reflecting into the window. But anyway, let's just
This was filmed around 1 p.m. while I was parked at a shopping plaza.
Although I noticed here, kind of has 1, 2, 3, 4. So could it be a reflection of the roof tiles? Okay,
I noticed this strange white object just hanging up there in the sky, not moving like a plane or a balloon. It looked way too thin to be a blimp or any...
Typical of Secureteam to put up a fake. You can see how out of focus it is. Definitely inside a car. And the story sounds like a bunch of bullshit.
Anything like that. Almost like a long pipe or a stick.
Stick.
Michael King donated £10 through Super Chat. Hey guys, Tyler here. Fake.
Hey, Tyler. Yeah. I could probably open up so we got 2 mics and I could have you talking the alien and I could be Secureteam. We could do that one day. I have to do some sort of special, won't I? Keep it separate from the regular debunking stuff because people get upset. And they don't watch and they don't learn. We want people to watch and learn. Yeah, what was I going to say? I'm sort of shivering here. That's kind of weird, isn't it? It's like a cold blast of cold air coming through. It's probably paranormal. What was I going to do? I'll just listen to the story, I guess. Thanks for the donation, anyway. What was I going to say about it? It's quite easy when you got short-term memory, when you analyse stuff, and then you get interrupted, and then you think, oh shit, what was I going to say? But yeah, anyway, these get uploaded to Spotify after, and also Apple, and what's the other place called? I can't remember now. Spreaker. So if you want to watch them on Spotify, you can, or just listen to it if you're driving. I know there used to be a lot of truck drivers that used to watch. And also people that work after hours because they like long shows to listen to. But unfortunately mine, you need to watch it really. But yeah, but it's quite funny. All the other ones are quite happy with my shows with limited cursing, right? I do curse a wee bit now than I used to. Maybe it's just I'm just getting a bitter old ufologist now with all the crap keep coming out, you know. But yeah, I try not to use the F word, but sometimes it can slip out when I'm really angry. But yeah, Apple's the only one that puts an E next to my episodes occasionally. So I don't know if they got some bot checking it now or something, or a person that keeps watching and flagging my videos for explicit language. So I don't think I was explicit language at all, not compared to Michael King. Well, they ain't got Scotsman uploading videos to their Spotify. But anyway, we got another comment here. My son's PS5 is emitting too much heat, so I had to put him in a cage outside. Right, yeah. No aircon. Oh, jeez, I wish it was summer again, I tell you. Balling in Scotland, is it? And no chemtrails to cool you down, or Bill Gates to screw up the atmosphere for you. Anyway, carry on.
I recorded it with my phone for about a minute or so. It didn't spin or drift. It just kind of hovered, and then slowly started to drop through the cloud.
I think those clouds are slowly moving though, aren't they? Normally bad CGI, the clouds are too static. Right?
Before I lost track of it. I have no idea what this was.
Now this one kind of looks like a photograph, but I don't know.
And so that is the email I...
Okay, so if you look at everything in the scene here, that tree's way out of focus, right? And that's another thing. Where's all the clouds gone? Looks like they took that first, and then these clouds rolled up, right? And then they created the video.
I got, guys, and I have to say, the object in this clip is...
Or did I miss something? Where the phone recalibrated, maybe. So you can see the sky is different color. Why is it not playing though? Google is trying to screw around with the ads again. But I don't want ads.
idea what this was. And so that is the email I got, guys, and I have to say...
No, why is it not going back? Okay, so doesn't match it here.
And then slowly started to drop through the clouds before I lost.
Let's just go back. Did I miss something here? So look at the color there.
This strange white object just hanging up there in the sky, not moving like a plane or a balloon. It looked way too thin to be a blimp or anything like that.
It goes blue as he
almost like a
zooms
long
in.
pipe or a stick. I recorded it with
That tree looks more in focus now, doesn't it?
my phone for about a minute or so. It didn't spin or drift. It just kind of hovered and then slowly started to drop through the clouds before I lost.
Okay, so you got the black bars either side. That's consistent with MP4 H264 or 265 compression.
Track of it. I have no idea.
And this
what
one
this
here.
Was.
If it's a photograph, it's got similar black bars above and top. Normally, people take it with a ping or JPEG. So I'd expect it to be different. So something's not quite right there. But yeah, it could be some mucking around with the video, I guess. So it's possible that that was the plane contrail, and then they cut it out in a video video editor like Adobe After Effects, and created the video of it going down clouds of the similar scene. But these clouds here probably rolled in, didn't they? Let's have a look. Oh no, it looks like there's a cloud that's passed overhead. Okay. And then it's got the thin clouds and that last one, yeah. So it looks more out of focus there. Looks more pixelated. And the photographs generally tend to be higher quality.
A plane or a balloon. It looked...
But the thing is, this has to be played with, because that's not a normal phone size graphic here.
Way too thin to be a blimp or anything like that. Almost.
So, did he zoom in on it? It looks like he did. So he zoomed it in. So it still didn't look like a real phone size. So he zoomed it in a bit already. And then what happened here? Just it there, wasn't it? And of course that looks higher quality to me. Is that a bird in the tree? Oh no, it's just a strange looking branch or something in it. It's throughout. Okay. Anyway, several possibilities here, but I think it's more likely to be
is definitely unusual, almost like a needle or a rod drifting down out of the blue sky, and it stays completely steady for nearly the entire duration of the footage. And so before we go any further, go ahead and check this out.
What is that thing?
Okay, so is it the same video? Looks like the same tree, isn't it? Yep, same roof line. Yeah, here we go. So I noticed it's got some blue there, but it's a darker blue, so camera may have adjusted its colours, because there's the sun up there. It does look like the roof line here though, doesn't it? And because the window's curved, it bends it slightly down.
I don't know what that is.
You're lying moo moo. You're lying moo moo. I can't say that other word. Look, I went backwards as she wobbled with the phone. It's definitely a reflection. Is that the car engine I can hear in the background? Let's put stupid music over it. Yeah, it sounds like a car engine. Oh, that music is so dreary. He should make his own music. Out of focus there. Really out of focus. And yeah, it's got to be on the window. Look, suddenly went into focus. Let me just skim back on that a bit. We got to do proper analysis. Unfortunately, I can't see it because it's so terrible. I'll just get the right size here. There it is. Okay, so that kind of, if that's CGI, it's pretty well done, you know, at that point there. Alright. Throughout those frames. So it's definitely on a phone camera, and that means it has to be a reflection. And she may even be using digital sync, as you know, that can sort of do crazy things as well. Especially with micro movements. Anyway, enough of that bullshit one. Let's keep on going.
Okay, so what do you guys think of that? Pretty.
Well, Tyler, we think it's a lot of crap.
Strong footage, if you ask me. So I'm showing.
Strong footage. I wouldn't ask him for the time of day because he'd get it wrong as well. What's that, guys? It's a strong footage. Strong footage. I should really clip that and make a playable sound clip. Whenever a fake comes up, so, this is a strong footage. Yeah, I just haven't got the time though. You could probably do it with Audacity and do it pretty quick though. Anyway.
Showing you guys some different filtered versions here of
we don't need the filters.
This mystery cigar, or I guess more accurately pipe shaped object, to give you the best view possible, because this thing is
nice reflection off the roof, mate.
Even thinner than your standard cigar sighting, and we've covered plenty.
What's he doing? Some sort of filter emanation over top.
Of those here on the channel over the past decade, and it's almost.
People really buying this bullshit from him. It's really bad.
Like a metallic rod just suspended in the air, and it doesn't look like one of those long mylar balloons.
See, you see the blue color was back to normal there, so I'm not sure if the original video he's mucked around with, because he wasn't playing that really the original footage, because if you do the right blue ones, that probably shows up more reflections, and that's probably why he's mucked around with it. Dimmed down the saturation so you don't see the reflections.
You know, floating away from kids' birthday parties that often get mistaken for UFOs. This just doesn't look like that. This looks solid and...
He's a devious little C.
And it, again, like the viewer stated who sent this in, it almost looks like an iron bar just sort of hovering through the clouds, and you can see it
See how she moved the angle of the phone and went backwards?
pass behind the clouds there.
It's
which,
moving with the phone.
when you have something like that, it definitely lends more credence and legitimacy to the piece of UFO footage. It's not flailing around. There's no...
God, he's dragging that one on a bit. Let's just move on. It's just such crap, isn't it? Okay, we got a blank.
You guys to check out another piece of...
So the next piece of bullshit. Let's have a look. Okay. Considering the last one was a reflection, could this one also be a reflection? Looks like it's in a car again. Could it be the same person? Where's he got it from?
The footage where on the night of April 8th,
Piece of dirt on the window?
2025, the normally sleepy skies of Anaheim, California lit up like a neon storm. A witness rolling video on Instagram catches iridescent rave-like pulses rippling through.
Looks like a piece of bug splattered on the car window. Or bird poo.
Low clouds, while a dark cigar-shaped craft, that's right, another...
Okay, that's a cigar shape. Yeah, it's an unhappy face. If it was an unhappy face and it was really a cigar shape, then we probably would say it was a solar tube balloon, right? Because they get droopy after a while. As the sun goes down and the heat pulls into the middle. But yeah, that looks like a smudge on the window of whatever they're filming through here. It's pretty low quality again.
Another cigar hovers just off of the glow, almost like the light.
Okay, so he's put a filter on here. And look, you can see, I don't know if you can see at your end, but I can on my monitor. Something that sort of looks like it's reflection here. Certainly pixelated, and that helps to hide things. It kind of looks like an LED type color, doesn't it, as well? Like inside the car, they have those kind of blue and purple LEDs, don't you, on the dashboard?
Light is concealing something even larger behind it. And so, before we go further, check this out.
Okay, what's this bullshit here? Okay, that's our apartment. Looks like one of those disco lights that changes colour slowly. Sounds like Goof on. This is outside a mental institution. Oh, I'm so scared. You. I don't know what he said. I'm awake. Indeed you are. For trying to create a fake and send it to Secureteam. He totally thinks it's a real thing. No, he doesn't. He's a grifter fraud. What is it? Oh, come on, that's a damn stupid dashboard light. Come on. So, is it a smudge on the window? It's gradually running downwards and bending, is it? Let's have a look. Kind of looks like an LED light that you get on a window for a ceiling light, doesn't it? So, but it's got to be in a car. And if it's something on the window, it's sort of moving downward slowly. The curvature of the window changes. That would cause it to bend. So it's different near. See, it looks like a big blob of crap from a bird. Now is it going to move?
Alright guys, so zooming in on this reel, you'll notice that the cylinder, as this kind of more looks like to me, or cigar, holds perfectly level. No wings.
Now why does it sort of look crap now?
Strobes, again, no rotor wash.
So, he must be mucking around with the colours, right? So is that the original colour here, and this is what he's putting a filter on? So that still looks like an LED light bulb of some kind, reflecting off a window.
And absolutely no sound bleeding into the audio track, and absolutely no clue as to what this could be.
Oh, come on, mate, you have to be a real dork.
Commenters are already screaming things like Operation Bluebeam, a secret weapon.
We're Operation Bluebeam, Operation Tyler, I'd say. With some sort of mental patient. Ooh.
Or that's just the small ship. The big one is...
The small ship or shit, did he say?
lighting up the mist. Hard to blame.
What do you think, guys? I think it's a small shit. Probably some sort of ice protester sitting in the car trying to make some bucks. Ushering in the NW full speed, but that's just me. I honestly believe the vast majority of UFO stuff is a play to promote the false idea of an alien invasion. They can plant nukes and blame it on the aliens. Yeah, probably. Maybe. Never know in this day and age.
Them with comments like those.
So, do you think I'm correct here? Car window again? I can't see anything which would say otherwise.
Seen similar cigar craft.
The only possibility it could be a plane contrail going, and the plane's heading away from us, and the smoke is sort of drifting with the air currents. And that could be just a cloud with a moon behind, and he's just mucking around with filters. So there's two possibilities again, you know. But to me, it looks like it's being filmed. It's not in focus, right? Looks like it's being filmed through a car window. But it's so low risk quality, it's a bit hard to be sure.
Like this over Orange County twice this year, each time accompanied by strange
So there's two possibilities here, but it's not aliens. Okay, let's just move on. Next one.
Rather than totally anomalous.
Must be another one. Come on. Oh, here we go. So again, similar type of video. Kind of looks like SpaceX this time. Let's see. A SpaceX rocket going up.
Quickly unfolding right under NASA's nose for many years. These are not your typical UFO photos. In fact, these objects...
Okay, so he's splicing some bullshit old images. Now, looks pretty bad, whatever it is.
appear to be doing the exact opposite of what we normally expect, because the UFOs in these photographs snapped high above Earth.
Okay, so it's a NASA video now he's gone to, which again is being filmed through a window. You can see some reflection of the edge of the window. And you can see reflections already on the window. Lots of them. See that there? Lots of reflections, smudges, and possibly a water droplet there. Or there. Looks like some water droplets on the inside window, which often happened. But anyway, just play it.
In Earth orbit are not coming down to visit us here on Earth, but are actually blasting upward almost straight out of Earth's atmosphere.
Okay, so that could be a water droplet running down the window, or even sideways, because they're in an anti-gravity environment. Well, sort of. So it's not actually in space or over the Earth. This is more likely to be on the window.
As if they are heading directly for interstellar space. So let me give you a little context. The year was 1968, and
such bullshit, isn't it?
NASA successfully launched the Apollo 7
I
mission.
think I actually looked into this one. I'd actually looked where you got the information from. I only found it on about 4 places, and one he must have got it from, which is what I'll show you next. But
The first crewed Apollo mission.
you can see the video quality back in those days wasn't highly great. What do you got here? Was a fact confirmed by a friend during a weird point in time. Visible ellipse. Are you still talking about that? Who asked you about that one? Did someone on the side pop up? What's that? I know things I saw as a child were real. They were just so strange out there, so far outside the... How did you actually find my channel? Was it by pure chance? Was the fact confirmed by a friend during a weird point in time, only visible during the eclipse, only when we see a super thing sliver of metal at least. Yep. Just carry on.
And following the tragic Apollo 1 fire, Apollo 7 didn't go to the moon. Instead, it stayed in low Earth orbit for 11 days, with the goal of testing the...
Okay, so we've got separation here.
redesigned command module. It was a...
It's just filling it in so you can put more ads on it. And you can see... It's definitely going through a window, obviously. It's not an outside camera in space. Back then, they had no way of really protecting the camera from the extreme coldness that electronics would fail, right? So, yeah, they just found it easy just to film through the windows.
Technical mission filled with system checks, comms tests, and photography. But hidden within that imagery are a couple of photographs that we've discovered.
That's kind of weird looking, isn't it? Yeah, again, you can see smudges. So that's a reflection in the window, obviously. You can see all the reflections
thus far that have never really been publicly explained or seen for that matter. 2 ultra-high resolution images snapped from the Apollo 7 capsule.
Okay. Again, it's through a window. And this window, we've already seen smudges. And looks to me, look, it's going to focus on that there.
Using the standard 70mm Hasselblad film camera.
And it's not color corrected, the last one. And he's actually got the number off the thing. So that's how I managed to search it.
Camera. And what both of these...
Okay, I think there was something else on this one. Was it up here? Anyway, just keep on going.
Images show is something undoubtedly strange. Multiple glowing...
Okay, so that looks to me again like a water droplet, right? Why would it be going up the other way? you may ask. It's in a cylinder spaceship that rotates. So the window probably was upside down at some point. So it left a little water trail. And then they lined up with the Earth. Probably got in position, right?
Green, teardrop-shaped objects appearing
Tears is the clue here.
to rise up from the Earth. In both
Rising up from Tyler's asshole.
cases, these green
ISIS.
glowing fireballs are positioned right around.
He's got that bit of lisp going. So at the beginning of the episode, it didn't sound like him. This one sounds more like him.
Just above the curvature of the planet, heading from the
Curvature of the planet.
Earth's atmosphere into
it was
space,
over here. Yeah, here we go.
where the two meet. We don't see any wings. They appear to be captured.
Water droplets. Probably, possibly when they flipped up the camera, water flew off the lens. Off the metal case of the camera onto the window. So as they moved the camera this way, it flipped up some on the previous snapshot. And then on this snapshot, they got another one going this way. So it could have been also done that way. Because in the space station, they got the air cons going all the time, sucking the moisture out the air, right? From people breathing, evaporating it from the skin. Stop it going into electronics. Yeah, it's a bullshit one. So he's going to talk about Foo Fighters now, is he? Yeah, that's right.
Many of the same properties as the infamous Foo Fighter.
This stuff is so easy to debunk, right? Now, the Foo Fighters were a bit of a mystery. Some say it was like a distraction plasma ball that the Germans could create, and it would be attracted to metal objects or something like that, or it could be a sort of remote control device inside the middle of it. But I don't know if that's true. They could be just natural things, because there was some rumors that these could pass through the outside of the metal casing of the planes and hover inside the bombers. I think it's more of a distraction or to try and spook them. I don't know. But we can't rule out aliens, of course, and we can't rule out it being some sort of alien probe that was probing the skies. But why didn't they bump into them in other locations in that case? So it kind of rules out aliens. Why would the aliens just be hovering over Germany, not over UK all the time, or USA and stuff? Anyway,
UFOs seen during World War I and II, and I'm not talking about the band, but the fiery spheres and glowing orbs that tailed, and not only that, they swarmed Allied and Axis pilots alike during the Second World War. Hundreds of trained military aviators reported glowing balls of light, often red.
This wasn't Foo Fighters. This has been confirmed to be a reflection on the window, because it was done with a film camera aimed through a window, and they created a fake UFO video from the ceiling spotlights they had in the lab.
Red, white, orange, or you guessed it, bright green, pacing their.
Okay, so we've got water droplets, and we've got some proper real footage, or maybe some alien technology / German technology to reflections on windows again. So we should call him Reflection Tyler. He's always reflecting on his life.
Aircraft moving in unison, making impossible.
Okay, I think we're pretty much done.
Great answer. There's not a single mention of this in the Apollo trans.
We spent enough time on him. I don't always put filters on, that won't help. Nor that one.
Tyler with Secureteam. Thanks for watching.
Danny's got some sort of game emanation, is it? Anyway, make sure you donate and give him lots of cash and buy his mic. Where is his mic? Maybe I could manage to get rid of the mic. Anyway, that's Tyler busted, guys. I don't know if he's put out anything since I've last looked. I better have a look, quick look. No, that's it. We're up to date with him. And Tyler can say goodbye. Oh, should we just leave him there for the show? He can criticize Skinwalker Ranch. Alright, yeah, we've got this bit here still to talk about. You should read chat from top to bottom, my friend. Make more sense. I thought it did. Have we got a Spacey there?
Michael King donated £5 through Super Chat.
Yep.
Underscore Mr. Gray.
Thanks. Unfortunately, Google screwed up Spacey. You can't get donations the normal way. Which is stupid because they lose out on the money too, don't they? Or because they have censorship. What did I miss? I thought we went to the top. Did I get something? Oh, right. Them chemtrails. We were talking about chemtrails before. I have to say that one, but debunking them is the first step, and you do a good job. Not everybody agrees, of course. I know that things I saw as a kid. Okay, got there. Shortly after that, my friend, no one else seems to remember, told me he had to leave this world because he was under attack. I just saw him again. Okay. Yeah, Spacey I may have been on Spacey because I like watching him because he is quite funny. And he doesn't mince words, you know, he calls a spade a spade. And of course that's not allowed on YouTube, is it? Unfortunately. He was doing some UFO debunks, wasn't he? That's how I've sort of come across him too. I was just searching and stumbled across him when Google was actually promoting them. In 1986, Scotland. I would still love you to do your favourite UFO videos. Yeah. I tell you what, still fighting my health, you know, in my eyes. Money, of course. I got a new doctor. It's not as good as the last one. He's got to get up to speed, right? It takes a while to break him in. I've only just got onto the sleep apnea program, and I pick up the tester machine Monday, and then I got to drop it back the next day. And of course, the quizzes I did, they told me I can't drive anymore until they passed me again. So I'm all screwed up. You should read the chat. 100% I can't PayPal him either. Yeah, I tried to PayPal him in the past when I had a wee bit extra money. Not really extra money, but I had my own savings, and that I took out of some scheme I was in, I was going to give him some money, but I couldn't do it because what he uses is banned in New Zealand. Censorship again. We're not allowed to do donations. Technically, we're not meant to receive donations unless you're a charity and have a special number. But it's kind of stupid, really. Yeah, it's complicated. So anyway, I did search. I did a reverse image search, and well, actually, I looked at that number on the screen, and I've got this thing here, which is where he probably got it from. The Living Moon, Enigmas on the Moon. Skywatchers discovers green fireballs leaving the planet. So that's what he just did, right? There's the numbers of the... Well, one of them, the other one didn't have a number. He cropped it off. I suppose he couldn't get rid of that one. He could have blurred it, I suppose. Made it hard to find it. So yeah, these look like the images he used, right? He didn't actually even... He just simply saved them and just used it in his video. He didn't actually... You know, they're exactly identical. He didn't even bother doing that, zooming in, enhancing them. Exactly identical, right? All the same ones. Of course, it says down here. Originally posted, see, it's like a really, really old webpage design, 1980s. Originally posted in 2008, so he's recycling old crap still, right? ATS post IT. What's ATS? Above top secret, so it's been taken from top secret. And here you can find better rest pics. Well, top secret, it didn't come up in my search, which is kind of interesting. But this webpage did. Click image for a larger version. These pictures are both intriguing. The colour of the first fireball could have been determined by the filters. Green can be seen elsewhere in the same photo. So yeah, it's not colour corrected, right? And I've just explained it. It's just a damn water droplet. Or two water droplets. Okay, so end of story. And he's got links to the actual NASA ones here as well. But yeah, I figured it out. Yeah, so we got a load of little posts here, but I might do Skinwalker Ranch now and some politics and other UFO videos later. And go from there. I'll just have to find where I started. Probably there, is it? Yeah. I see something happening here. I will shut up now. Similar to what you do. What's that? Used to put myself down in my job, then realised I was working with retards. Now I give my... Yeah, there was... Wherever I worked, I was highly respected at university. But when I went over to Australia, they're always competing against New Zealanders. It's like a thing between our two countries. So I was just sitting there, and it was like doing low grade stuff to me. I was on the help desk, but I was earning like 3 times as much as what I was earning at university. Doing much more complex stuff. And it was just like an easy job. If someone would phone up and they say they can't log in, so you just reset the passwords and get paid $65 an hour. But then you get the occasional one that was a bit trickier, and especially if it's on graveyard shift when you got no other support. And then you got to go through the database and follow the procedure because they transport dangerous goods on the railways over in Australia, and I was on the their help desk for computers for the railways on a 3 monthly renewable contract, so they could get rid of me any time. But yeah, they were doing all the stats of their calls, and I was doing like 3,500 calls a month and fixing most within 7.5 minutes, I think it was, and they wanted us to get down to below 5 minutes. It's just ridiculous, really. A problem is a problem. Some take longer, some don't. Also, you get people phone up in a hotels and the whatnots, and it's got a really poor phone exchange in the hotel, and the laptop wouldn't connect to the ISP. So I knew exactly what to do.
Are you watching the telly?
No, I'm on a live show.
You should be watching the telly.
I'll watch it later.
6 B-2s have just bombed 3 nuclear sites.
Okay, so the breaking news, guys, is 6 B-52 bombers have bombed Iran. So Trump's gone ahead and did it, by the sounds of it. But I think that was probably the best thing to do myself. Because those people, religion over there is just totally evil, even against its own people. What they do to the females over there is disgusting. But anyway, probably not allowed to talk about that stuff. But yeah, so that's the breaking news. Yeah, once you go onto a contract, you got no fallback. You know, you can't complain to a union or anything like that. They can get rid of you quite quickly. Never set a SMS dat file for. They remove that option in recent builds. Yeah, I don't know much about SMS and a boot file, but I got a message of pay rise. I threatened to leave. Only person that deals with XYZ. Told them what I want way next year. Well, yeah, as a contractor, I just named what I wanted, and they gave it to me. And when the other Australians on the help desk found out how much I was earning, and some of them were also contractors, I said, well, you obviously didn't believe in yourself, you undersold yourself. Go back and renegotiate. And so they did. They threatened to leave. I think they were on like $30 an hour, and I was on 47 Australia, I think it was. But I think they got charged $65 an hour. I think the firms, you know, the recruitment agencies, they cream off the top of what you earn. And they do pretty well at it. And they make lots of billions of dollars out of it. So yeah, when my the boss that didn't like me got rid of me and refused to give a reference, of course all the recruitments do all the hiring, and they all talk amongst each other, and they knew that I was not liked by this particular guy, and not to give me a job again, basically, in Australia, so I had to leave. Pretty much, censorship and blacklisting actually is real. Of course, I wasn't getting any younger back then. I was like 36 by then. And I know once you get over 30, it's a lot harder to get computer jobs. And of course, if you're really overqualified too, they just don't like you. But yeah. Anyway, better get back onto Skinwalker Ranch stuff. Make you a senior engineer. I've been through all the same sort of hoops as you then, by the sounds of it. But at least you haven't been backstabbed, so you can never get a job again. And then me trying to get work for a year or so, I got sick. Probably the stress. Stress of being unemployed, being stuck going back at your parents' place. And still am. Yeah, it's wonder I'm not sort of a Fruit Loop by now. But yeah, sort of can manage to get on with my dad. He's a wee bit dictator-y at times. Mum's okay, she's good, but she's a wee bit more grumpy now. They're both getting old, both deaf. Have the TV very loud. So yeah, I'm sort of here to really help them now with the shopping and stuff. But yeah, even I can't walk around the shop anymore. My feet has gone to a different planet. They're swollen up again, and I think it's because I put on a few kgs again over winter here. So I have to keep on fighting the weight gain. As you know, it's very hard. Especially when the price of meat is expensive. If I could eat meat only, that would be great, but meat is just ridiculous. 3 small pieces of steak in New Zealand now cost like 10 to 15 pounds. And of course you got the dog begging for it too. Charlie's been getting really fussy, not eating dog meat, and he only wants chicken and steak. He's become a real fussy dog, and of course he hangs out right up to midnight. He refuses to eat it. But then he gets really hungry, and then we give him something at dinner time. Give him part of my steak or whatever, a chicken. And then later he eats his bowl full of meat as well. But yeah, I don't think he's got much longer to live actually. He's skin and bones now, and he's got really bad eyesight and possibly dementia now. So it's a bit hard to decide when he wants to be put down. He's still interested in going outside and protecting the yard and having a woof though. So he's not completely gone. I don't know, he seems happy, but I think it's probably time to let him go. It's going to be sad though. Yeah, once you get past 40, it's downhill all the way, isn't it? Unless you work in a gym or something, I suppose, and keep doing exercise. Typo City, yeah, tell me about it. My eyesight's got really bad on the phone, and the keyboard really pisses me off. When you push a letter that you're after, it gets the one next door. 19! It must be like a toy dog to be 19, surely. He can't see, no pain, so we're like... Yeah, I think it's maybe kind to put him down though, you know. It's not quality of life anymore. But anyway. So, Skinwalker Ranch, let's kick it off. So Skinwalker Ranch, they're up to season 6 now, believe it or not, doing the same crap as we pointed out last time. Episode 3 this time. The FLIR expert said he didn't know what the black blobs were in the smoke. So they got these 2 big bin containers that you use for rubbish, and threw a lot of pine in there and set it on fire with petrol and stuff. They started filming it with a camera rack. Looks like I'm getting a sandwich to eat. So, bloody cold, isn't it? Oh, my feet are frozen. I got the oil heater on though. So I've got some pictures underneath which I'll go through. So they got the smoke bellowing up, right, and it creates these little black holes in the smoke. And Travis bursts out saying, "There's proof! Cold spots! Why would there be cold spots in the smoke coming off? It should be all hot in the atmosphere, because a thermal only sees, you know, temperature changes." And he says it's got to be a wormhole to an alien planet. So I did a 5 minutes research online myself without using AI at this stage. Says the pockets of CO2 gas FLIR sees through smoke, but not all smoke too, but can see heated air and CO2. For some reason, CO2 changes the temperature. Now, turns out they're not using a typical FLIR camera, but they're using a thing called differential FLIR. It's meant to be a new device invented by this FLIR expert. That's why he doesn't understand what he's seeing, because it's so new, and it could be even a bug in the firmware. But I did some research and found this bit about the CO2 showing gas leaks, which would have to be a different. I think this one would have to be talking about a differential FLIR, which is what they were using. Some gases are also opaque to low wave infrared. I guess that stands for like CO2 or methane. So if you have a CO2 gas leak, you won't see it visually, but on a thermal camera it will show up black cloud or smoke. This is also why CO2 is greenhouse gas. It prevents Earth from radiating out into the cold space. And LWIR, so it makes out planet get hotter. So it makes the planet get hotter, I think he means. So I send that to Brandon Fugal, and I found a video where I think we could probably play it. I'll just open it up, which shows someone experimenting with CO2. I'll just go full screen. And you can see here by this image here, as you know, you can get CO2 as in dry ice and put it in a container, and then it looks like a sort of like a fog mist coming out. Well, you can actually see there's something happening around his hand here. It's a bit smudgy, but you also can see the CO2. And I think this would be a differential FLIR, wouldn't it? Doesn't actually say. Let's have a look. OGI. Sounds like it's a FLIR that's been modified to detect gas, and I guess it's going to have to be differential. So what they do with a differential is they take one frame and compare it to the next frame, and they basically subtract the temperature grades, so it enhances it. And they also use it on weapon systems. But anyway, you can see he's got a hotspot there. So just quickly play a clip of it here.
Gas to visualize hydrogen leaks in situations in power plants where they have hydrogen-cooled turbine generators. You can also filter.
So if you're burning a big bonfire, right, it's going to create pockets of CO2 where it's burning the most extreme heat, which is probably in the middle. So yeah. So I sent that to Fugal, and I got a response back. I can't deny that at least he replies back. Most people just ignore me. But he won't accept anything I've got to say because I'm not on his team of experts, which is a bit unfortunate. Because I'm a pretty good researcher and know science as well as computer firmware and all that sort of stuff. I know how to do machine code and whatnot. So they capture this on one of the sections of the episode, and to me it just looks like not a circle, but it kind of looks like it could be a bird or a bat, right? You'd have to watch the video, you have to watch the show to see how it moves. And you can see these are actually lens flare, because they've got some bright lights aimed towards them. And they're getting different colour lights aimed towards them. In fact, that one might not be a lens flare, that one is a lens flare. This one could be a light. Is that the light they had on a solar thing for a powering the cameras? They look like distant cameras up on the mesa there, is it? Anyway, it doesn't matter. What they've circled here is definitely not a alien craft. So again, where's their, especially in daytime, where's their P1000? Zoom in 100 times and all that. Additional comments. Okay, we've got to get all the comments. That one's got 6 attached to it, so I'm not sure if it's all these ones, but we'll find out. I've got a bacon sandwich going cold here. I'm just going to bite it because I haven't had anything to eat. Very nice. Okay, so he's got a lighter off the smoke. So he's got some lighter on the rack or whatever. That creates this blob, which they say has got sides to it. Like it, oh, it's over the triangle. Oh, look, it seems to be on the edge of the triangle. It's making a triangle, but on the other side, it wasn't. Now let's see. Have I got 2 together there? On the other side, it seemed to stop at the road, which is part of the edge of the triangle. They're saying, oh look, the smoke's going up. But where were the bin containers? You know, it goes up in a triangle depending on the how the smoke goes upwards, doesn't it? And gradually builds up into a cloud. But they're saying there's something hidden in the smoke. As you know, LiDAR can't see through smoke. It bounces off and creates artifacts. In fact, it looks like a road or something there, is it? Going right through. So you're seeing some bits break through the smoke. You can see rocks and things through the smoke. And they're saying, oh look, there's something in the smoke. So if you have a look at the one that's circled here, you can see the mesa and the road going through the object here. And of course that looks like the same colour as that there. So look, basically what they're seeing through the smoke is the mesa itself. Because the LiDAR camera is going this way, right? Definitely looks like a side view of the mesa. And I'm not sure if they had a drone up there. It looks like it's a down view there, isn't it? That looks like a down view. And it's a side view. But yeah, you can see if this fits. There's the road going through. So you got Eric, the expert physicist, is telling us that that looks like an object hiding in the smoke. Total bullshit. They don't seem to care about their reputations, I guess. But I would be embarrassed myself if they aired that. And of course now they're talking about, you got Travis saying, oh look, we can see the dome. Look at the dome. So that's looking directly up with the LiDAR camera, the special LiDAR cameras, which are not meant to be out in the open space like that. They're only meant to be aimed towards and calibrated towards mesas. So we're talking about this LiDAR expert, camera expert. He should know all this. So in the manuals, what not to do with that type of camera, and it was designed to only go upwards when you're inside a canopy of forest, tunnel, or under a bridge, or maybe high rises going upwards. That sort of, you maybe want to go up the side, get a side view, but you still get artifacts in between the buildings, because that's what happens with the laser once it gets a certain distance. So obviously you can see he's saying, oh, here's the rocket. They fire a rocket up, but then they get this strange artifact. Now if you have a look here, you can see here, it looks like plumes of smoke there and there and there. So when it was first fired, it would have drifted across here, and of course a LiDAR can't go through smoke particles. So it looks like a smoke particle there, and the trail of smoke coming from the rocket will be a nice sort of straight line, right? So as it's drifting, must be a constant speed throughout, and there's the top of it here. It definitely looks like a smoke trail. It's got broken bits on it. It's not exactly straight too when you really look at it in detail. And you can see it's got little faded bits in. Looks like a straight line of smoke, a bit like a contrail. And Trevor's saying, there's proof of the dome, the wormhole. That's not how scientists behaves, right? Alright, here's the picture of the black blobs and the smoke coming off the bin. So there's the bin underneath. That's on fire. And is that another one? There's another one next door to it. So they got two bins producing a lot of smoke and heat. And he's saying, oh, that's proof of the portal. No, it's not. So someone replied to me here. Why would the CO2 start? Be present only after the fire reaches particular regions? Wouldn't there be black blobs not randomly appearing from the start? Well, no. You'd have to get up to a certain temperature grade, and then release more CO2 and the right density for stuff to be reflected back, right? If you watch, it's on the angle of the FLIR, you see the two bins on fire. The CO2 is right over top of the first bin. Just like that image there, you can't see the black blobs on the other fire. Is that the bin there? Anyway, you have to watch the show. Does that really look like blobstone? It kind of looks like gas that's dispersing, right? And it's changing into blues. So this is the problem with differential FLIRs. Since it's top secret technology, but like what the military use. And then beyond Skinwalker Ranch. But we'll keep on to this one. So Brandon did reply. And it says here, one of the critical features of interest was the presence of a very dark feature in the FLIR video. It really should say DFLIR or something, shouldn't it? So we know it's differential. David Manson and the team had multiple devices on a rack of equipment deployed out in the field with a combination of equipment types. One of these is unmodified normal thermographic hardware. Another is the differential, allowing for differences to be observed. starting from whatever the initial thermal picture happens to be, where they have carefully analysed clips from the conventional FLIR video to show the comparison. It's understand, so that's a regular FLIR here. This shows temperature grades, but because differential looks at one frame changing to the next frame, which shows movement better rather than grades of temperature. Obviously the firmware is doing calculations and subtractions. Changes the whole ball game here. This is part of conventional FLIR video captured while recording with the differential FLIR. Conventional FLIR provides the viewers and debunkers what is actually visible. It nulls the argument about black zones being gases that are normal. Well, it doesn't actually, does it? You have to analyze the conventional to better understand the difference between the camera technologies. So I did. You know me, I'm no dummy. Yeah, how much money is he making from the show? Come on, the guy is fooling you. Do your own research. Remember, I've worked with PhDs and inventors for many years at uni too. They are never perfect. Scientists can design stuff, and many poor tutors too, but they don't write the code. They get help or get others to build the ideas. Thermal looks at IR and creates CGI out of it. You calibrate the colors and range. And he's saying he makes very little money. I bet he makes more money than I do. One episode, he probably makes as much money for one episode than I do in a whole year, right? So to him it would be very little money, because he makes $1 million a day probably. The credentialed third-party experts engaged with our investigation are truly putting their reputations and equipment on the line in service to science. Well, if they're real scientists, they wouldn't be blabbing out, oh, the black blob's actually proved as a wormhole. So I asked OpenAI, because it's one of the best AIs out there still. Pretty much it feeds back into itself, doesn't it? And it gets better and better. It seems to verify more what I said about the vapor and CO2. What do you think? So the black on differential FLIR is cold scouse, so most likely cause of black bubble shapes film in a wood fire. Yes, if you're using a differential FLIR, this is the AI, where black represents cold, then black bubble shaped spots when filming a wood fire are most likely being interpreted as a cold area by the camera. Most likely causes, given the black is cold. Here are the most probable reasons those dark bubbles show up while filming a fire. Obstructing gases, smoke, steam, or unburnt fuel, like gasoline. Fuel releases hot gases, smoke, and sometimes steam that particularly blocks or scatters IR radiation. These can appear as cooler, darker blobs even if they are hot to the touch. The camera can't see through dense or fast-moving vapor. While bubble shape, gases often form around and amorphous shapes, especially in rising convection currents, infrared annotation, or absorption. Water vapor and CO2 common in wood fires absorb specific IR wavelengths. These causes localized cold regions in the thermal image where IR is absorbed before reaching the sensor. Lens reflections or internal thermal distortion. In very hot scenes, some FLIR lenses create internal reflections or diffusion artifacts. These can look like blurry, bubble-shaped cold air zones, especially in older or cheaper optics. Differential processing misinterprets rapid change. A differential FLIR mode compares temporal changes, frame to frame differences, fluctuating flames, or flickering errors may register as drops or absences in heat, especially if the processing algorithm can't keep up. Results in dark pulsating bubbles even where actual temperature remains high. How to verify? Switch to a non-differential mode, raw thermal, which they had another camera doing it. If the bubbles disappear, the issue is in the differential processing. So that's saying this experimental camera may have a bug. But again, I think it might be just the gases. Test with a uniform heat source like a heat gun or burner. See if the bubbles still appear. Observe differential palettes. This confirms if it's truly registering as cold or just an artifact of color scale. Conclusion: yes, if black equals cold in your thermal palette, you're seeing black bubbles while filming a fire. The most likely causes are smoke, steam, IR, scattering, or processing artifacts from the differential modes struggling with rapid change in thermal inputs. So I also asked it, how does the firmware calculate differential FLIR of a fire? The AI just loves me. Great Christian! Individual FLIR, the firmware uses real-time image processing algorithms to highlight changes in heat signatures, and when applied to something dynamic like a fire, it's doing some smart but also limited math. Here's a technical breakdown of how the firmware likely handles this. Differential FLIR works general algorithm, frame capture. The thermal sensor captures a sequence of frames, typically 30 to /60 per second. Each frame is a 2D array of temperature values for grey/false color representation of IR. Reference frame selection. The firmware designates a reference frame, a previous frame, and rolling average or a static background model. Pixel by pixel subtraction for each new frame. And it's got some equation here which didn't paste very well. Not sure why. Must have got rid of the tabs and things. So it's got some complicated maths here. Differential value at pixel XYZ. So yeah, so I sent that to Brandon back as a reply, right? So it's talking about how you would do it in firmware. And I suppose you could ask it to code, right? Now, Brandon did reply to that, but where? Is it on the next one? Mickey Mouse West. Yeah, Brandon did reply somewhere here. Where though? Maybe he's deleted his comment. I really hate the tree comment structure on this bullshit, you know. Oh, here we go. It's come up now. I know exactly how much they compensated. I think we just read that one, didn't we? It's very, oh no, it's just repeating the same thing. It's very modest and limited. There is no financial motive. Bullshit. And they get a lot of free advertising out of it for their companies, right? I would trust a team of experts, although if they're acting like dorks on a show. But when you listen to the guy saying he don't know, he doesn't claim it to be some sort of portal like the Travis dude does. I would trust a team of experts with decades of practical and applied science experience with this type of instrumentation in the field versus an AI interpretation. And I bet they use AI to actually write the firmware, right? They probably look, I'll just show you an example of some code I wrote. AI is a really powerful tool to use. It's not perfect, but it's 90% correct, and I can get rid of that then. Gets you on the right track, you know. But I'll just explain what I've done here. So you got a folder that you're storing various files on a project in. So we need to create some random files. Text files. And they could go on forever, right? PDFs even. And this is a tool I write because I deal with lots of files like this. And you can also create folders. Alright, blah blah blah. Now, that might be like a movie. You might have a movie you downloaded with a folder with subtitles. So you want to select all those and actually put it in a folder. So I wrote this tool that adds to the context menu using help from the AI. And you can say create a folder and move files using file name. Create a folder using user input. So yeah, depending on which one you hover over. So we'll just choose the middle one here. So using file name, it does this automatically for you. It puts it on the other screen though. You don't see the thing that pops up. So now it's created a folder with that file name in the middle, right? And it's moved all the files into it. So there's a lot of messing around, as you can see, right? But you also can go that again and say right click on any of them and say user input. It'll probably go on the other screen, okay? And it comes up. Alright, yes, it's sort of process the folder, right? So it's a combination of batch file and a special program I found myself. The AI didn't find it. I had originally written a special collector batch file because the way Windows processes the right click command is very limited. It only takes the first file and sends it to your batch file. So we had to write what we call a collector script, which would go through all the files that the right click was registering from the context menu and creating a list. So that creates a list here of the location, blah blah blah. Just move it on the other screen again. And now it's asking me for input, so we can say test 2. Okay. And there you go. Created the folder and moved everything into it. Now, you know how tedious it is to right click, create folders and all that sort of stuff. Although I've got another tool in here called create folder, which is written by someone else. And it comes up with a panel like that, where you can use today's date. It automatically inserts it, and you can customize what you want to do. Instead of doing new folder and doing it the other way. But yeah, and of course I rewrote that with the AI, and it's actually quite complicated, but ends up being really short code. So AI is a really powerful tool, and we wrote that in a day. And I didn't know about the quirks of the context menu. I thought it would just pass all the files in one go, but it doesn't. So with Brandon saying he trusts his team of experts for AI, it's quite silly really, because AI is a very powerful research tool that can crawl all the web, if it's allowed to, and find all the research papers and put it all together. Yeah, so now we can delete that temp one, because I was just using it for demonstration. So yeah, I could make the code available. I was thinking about it. I'm not sure how many people out there would want it though. I did actually search to see if anyone had written anything like it, and nothing as good as what I've written there. But yeah, I did actually create a folder on the root of the C drive with the batch files in there, which I could zip up, right? What did I call it? Create folder, move it here, move files to the own folder, batch. I think it must be there. No, it was. Was my first attempt, I think. That wasn't that one. Not sure why that's there. What was it called? Create folder and move. That's the one. So I wrote all these different batch files, right, and made copies as I was going, because sometimes you stuff up and want to go back. The code doesn't work. So yeah, I have various versions in the folder, but these ones would have been other things I tried to do. So using batch code, I was using PowerShell, and I made up these registries to add the right-click functionality to the menu. The thing is, you couldn't select files and folders and pass files and folders to the correct places in the context menu. There was only one setting that said do all items, and I figured that one out and changed it to yeah, so input, so that must be the first one. And if I have a open it up, where's it put it? So this is the code with the help of the AI that I wrote. Just trying to see if this is the correct one. So I did use PowerShell in the end for early version. Not sure if this was the early version, but yeah, it's not much code there. But yeah, it works. Yeah, I think this is the first one using batch files only, where we try and create a lock file. Because what happens is the batch file would end before all the files will pass to it, so we had to create a batch file and collect all the file names. But there was another tool I used, I don't think it's in that one. Someone had come across the problem and wrote, instead of doing a batch file, they wrote an executable that could do the same thing, which is really, really fast. Collector 2, I think that's the new one. Let me just have a look. Pinned files. No, that's old one, I think. Empty file. But you can see coding gets very complicated. Old working copy. Anyway, probably should move on. Rename folder to users backed. Yeah, that's right. So there's two parts to the batch file. The one that does the right click on the context menu and the collector, which we replaced with a special program. And I don't think I got a copy in that folder. What was it called now? Anyway, it doesn't matter. I found it on GitHub, I think it was. And it's funny that AI didn't know about it, which is I think it's because they block AI crawling it is the reason why. So that's why AI is not always perfect. Oh yeah, it's called single instance, contents menu single instance. So I created another separate thing. So it calls this with certain parameters and it does the same thing as the collector batch file. But anyway. Complicated stuff, and yeah, it just proves I'm no sort of dummy, right? But Brandon obviously thinks I am. But yeah, just getting back to. But you saw what it was doing, the final result. It was working perfect, right? You can enter your own name if you want to, or just use a name off the file that you had the cursor over at the time. Saves a lot of copy and pasting, making folders manually and organizing stuff, right? Yeah. Alright, you had to make some firmware. It's extremely difficult to code correctly. Wouldn't even trust myself with that. No. Now, humans make mistakes, or they come up with an idea and it ends up being I made you hungry with bacon sandwich here. Mine's cold now. But I probably should yeah, they're pretty easy going. Dad's got his quirks though. ex-military guy, right? RAF guy. He maintained radar systems around the world, right? Hey, he also has been in an underground base in Germany. Top secret still to today. So there you go, guys. Rob from Melbourne, how's it going? I'm still only had 2 bites of food. Does it look like Tyler's eating? Anyway, AI interpretation, right? So AI is not perfect, but using AI to help you code or give you ideas is extremely powerful. But they want $30 a month, and you only get so much AI, not what do you call it? I/O processing off their cloud server. So you only got so much stuff you can do, right? And then it pauses for an hour or so, and then you can start asking it more questions on the same project. So you can do it freebie, like, until they stop doing that. I said, that's sad then. AI is a powerful tool Skinwalker Ranch needs to use. I did check always its output manually and found same info in user DBs, research papers, and coding. We actually use several very advanced AI platforms at Skinwalker Ranch. So it's sort of changing the subject there. I don't care that they're using AI on the ranch, but they're not using AI for their search, for their analysis.
Michael
right?
King donated £5 through Super Chat. Boom.
Thanks, mate. Don't break your bank. You might have to ask for another £10,000. Here to learn. Carry on. Well, you missed some of the good stuff already, but yeah, I'm just trying to get people to understand videos, look for obvious signatures in the videos, become better, you know, experts in video detection of fakes, which is getting harder with AI now. AI is pretty good, but there's always certain errors at this stage, and they need to clamp down on the AI video generation. They need to at least have some sort of watermark, even if it's hidden watermark in the frames, because it's going to get really dangerous otherwise. Already they've used AI voice modding, which is what Tyler's obviously doing. And tricked bank managers to get their secretaries to transfer money to another bank account and say goodbye to your millions of dollars. Anyway, do I share that one? So it was there in the thing. So I'm guessing Brandon sort of skim reading or not really taking it seriously. He seems to be wrapped up with that Travis guy. It sounds like a Mickey Mouse on the show, doesn't he? Suppose I'll paste it here. Brandon and Black Blobs. I'm betting that I'm only one that's sort of analysed it to this degree, right? I bet there's no Reddit post or any other experts that maybe even use FLIR. I don't have one. I just read technical papers and read technical blogs, not blobs. Got the blob on the brain. There we go. And it looks like the bot tried to kick in at the same time. Anyway, we're done with the Skinwalker Ranch. We'll look at beyond Skinwalker Ranch now. Them promoting Bledsor, of all people, who is a proven fraud. Time and time again. Okay, I have actually got some other stuff from Thermal here, which I might share links so you can have a read of it. Okay, that's the Beyond one. We're finished with that one now as well. We've got 2 copies of it in the end. Okay, and these ones are technical things. So these are the things I would read, right? Can thermal imagery see through fog and rain? Well, as you can see, you can't see the ship, or half the ship, but the thermal camera can see through thin fog. But it says here, I'm not sure if it's differential FLIR here, but they're just talking about thermal imagery in general, I guess. Meteorological effects of fog and rain on AI performance. Thermal imaging cameras see in total darkness, producing clear, crisp images without the need for any light. But again, it's computer generated, right? It's based on the heaps values, and then it chooses a color code, right? This makes IR cameras excellent. So, are they talking about FLIR here, or just simply IR? Sometimes these articles are written, I think it's talking about FLIR though, because it's the heading's FLIR, right? So firefighters use it, right? It's looking through smoke and whatnot. How far can you see with a thermal imaging camera? Is it a frequently asked question that is extremely important to answer? For most night vision applications, the distance you can see with a thermal imaging camera, also called the range, is highly dependent on the number of camera variables. What lenses you're using. Is the camera equipped with a cooled or uncooled detector? What is the sensitivity? What is the size of the object you want to detect? What is the temperature of the target and background? The how far question is almost often answered under ideal climate conditions. Although thermal imaging cameras can see in total darkness through light fog, light rain and snow, the distance they can see is affected by these atmospheric conditions. The transmission of infrared radiation, even in clear skies, inherent atmospheric absorption places limits on how far a particular infrared camera can see. So yeah, you read all through this, you know. You spend days and days reading stuff, researching stuff to understand it. Fog classifications, and it talks about category 1, visual range over 1,000 meters, and category 11C only 92 meters. So you can see, depending on the thickness of the fog, you can only see so far into the fog, right? Or smoke or whatever. So I thought that was a really interesting read. I think I sent it to Brandon, but you know, he's not going to read it. He's not going to learn the stuff himself. He's going to rely on his experts while he wills and deals property. So, let's just post that one. It's not working like it used to. This pop up for some reason. So fog, which is water particles, and steam would be fog, I guess, technically. You can see, depends how thick it is. So yeah, we're done with that one. And there's another one here I found. There's quite a lot of these pages actually out there on the thermal. Okay, so the top 5 mistakes that new thermographers make. Well, someone with 30 years experience in designing FLIRs shouldn't make any mistakes though, should he? But anyway, these are the 5 common ones. Poor image adjusted focus. So if it's out of focus, the temperature range can be wrong. And if it's in focus, you get the correct temperature. Alright. Next one, incorrect temperature parameters, and it's looking at this little hotspot under a bridge or something here. No, power lines, is it? So that's the transformer or something like that. And you can see, depending on the parameters input, you get different temperatures. Right? Half what it actually is, maybe, I don't know. It talks about immense sensitivity, reflected temperature, and other objects. So there's temperature reflecting going on, as well as radiating heat. So where's the temperature reflecting off? Something above it here, reflecting onto that bit there. Is that what they're saying? Okay, next one, not understanding radiation science. As you know, when you film windows, they come out black as well. Okay. Thermal images are passive, meaning they detect all the infrared radiation coming from a target. What we see, a camera isn't limited to the heat emitted by the object, but could also be the result of energy reflected from other sources. So there's a hotspot here. And what's it say there? The side of the house isn't actually cold. This is electrical bus bar connection. Reality isn't hot. These false readings are caused by reflections of surrounding temperatures. A buzz bar, what's that? Like a power line going to the side of the house? Right underneath the window? I don't know. Well, it looks like it's near the window. So I guess the reflected heat is coming from underneath there, because that looks like the biggest white spot here. So it's reflecting the heat off there under the eaves onto reflective metal, and it looks like it's hot. I think that's what they're saying there. Dismissing small temperature differences. Many infrared programs rely on temperature difference. Again, this is the differential stuff, isn't it? Measurements as reference points when assessing the severity of the problem. They do so, however, without realizing what they are seeing could likely be a lot hotter than what's displayed in the camera. Shiny metallic surfaces, for example, have a very low sensitivity and may even give false apparent temperature readings. Okay, so similar to the one above. And so on. Number 1, not buying a powerful enough camera. Well, that shouldn't be a problem on Skinwalker Ranch. So they got a low res one here, which a poor ghost hunter team might use. So you can see it looks terrible, and you might get a high definition one. Well, actually, SD even. This is what's below SD, LD, low definition. So that's like 240p, and this is 640p. So yeah, quite interesting comparisons there. So we'd expect errors on Skinwalker Ranch. because the equipment has prone to errors. LiDAR has errors and FLIR has errors. And if it's like something that's been newly invented with firmware, it's going to have bugs. So, black blobs is not holes to another planet or dimension. FLIR. I don't know, FLIR issues. Yeah. Just to prove I did do a bit of research, AI and links. Not sort of a dummy debunker, right? Yeah. So they use this team on the ranch too. Gateway Experience, CIA Secret Research Declassification. They use what they call as the Monroe Institute of, psychic spies, and it's like a research thing trying to train people to be remote viewers and all that sort of shit. Spooky action at a distance, and it's very theoretical, right? It may not actually be realistic, really happening stuff, and of course they're using this crowd to clip on a thing on Bledsoe's head to analyse his brainwaves, and all they can tell us is that he's gone into a deep meditated state while he's still awake. So he's obviously practiced relaxing, or it's just abnormal brain. And it's nothing to do with his pointing to satellites and planes in the sky. Anyway, we'll go through it. What's that one there? Okay, that's also talking about Skinwalker Ranch, but we'll get to that one. So, beyond Skinwalker Ranch is like an offshoot to the original one. Hey Brandon, how could you promote on your show a proven hoaxer Bledsoe? He's done so much damage to ufology. He uses tracking apps and maps to know when satellites and plane flight past a location. Do I mean location? I think it's not meant to be there. I think I was typing it on the phone. He goes to the bottom of Florida and says northeast or west, knowing that's where the airports are. You see white lights but not colour, red, green, and your CIA expert says on the show that's not a plane. Without verifying on phone app, you will see jets like this, especially on camera, up to 100 kilometers. So here he is, this Jamaican American CIA technical advisor, scientist. He's not very good, or he's just a really good disinformation agent, and that's Bledsoe there. So they capture this light appearing behind trees, and as you know, distant planes, especially with the way the horizon works, up to 100 kilometers away, can actually be at treetop or below treetop level, especially if they're coming into land. And you don't see the other colour lights because they're too far away. They're on actually a swamp, and it's not actually reflecting in the water at this stage. Well, it doesn't actually at all. And somebody goes along there. So, without having date and time, I had a look at the location they went to, which is called 10,000 Islands in Florida, and it's down there. And there's a couple of big main cities here, and what looks like a military base, Fort Myers, which you would expect to have jets and planes and proven ground experiments happening, like FLIR drops. And there's Miami, is it? Down there. And the next one, I look at the flight radar of just random, see where the traffic's going. And bingo, they're down here. and or down there, and we're seeing all the traffic where we expect where the big cities are and where the fort is. So any of these traveling towards and then turning and flying away, which means they might disappear into cloud cover. And it might even be some local airports. I didn't actually bring up, it looks like an airport, a little plane there, so it looks like it might be a small landing strip there, which is probably what they were looking at, small planes. Is what he was summoning, right? Simply saying they're not planes. Is this a bullshit to me? Terrible, terrible show. And they're promoting that guy. Is this really terrible? So I also said here, Starlink over the area as well. These will appear and be low horizon. So as you know, as it passes overhead, it goes up and then it can go back down, or it can simply disappear because of the curvature. Also enter low cloud and disappear. The light on the water was closer to the camera and the other was too far away, suggesting different objects beyond Skinwalker Ranch 303. Okay, so I haven't actually got, there's that picture of that one again. And there's a close-up. Hoodwinked by Bledsoe. CIA man learn to use phone tracking apps. Don't guess what's in the sky. Makes you look very dumb scientist. So there's two blobs of light, which looks like something that'd be on flight radar. But we can't rule out one being a Starlink satellite. And is that the one that's got a shadow in the water? No. That'll be the next image. There's the one with the shadow in the water. Okay, I'll just scale it down. So that one there is obviously distant of this one here. So this one's probably closer. That one hasn't actually got a shadow in the water. So this one's probably a lot further away. And this is probably a small plane. Or no, it have to be a small plane or drone maybe, but who knows if someone's flying a drone around in the woods there, where he took his sons down there to fly the RC toys around. Who knows, but it's probably unlikely. I'd say it's probably a small plane that's closer, and it's finally reflecting off the water there. And the way they moved, there was nothing special about it, right? We'd expect UFOs just to stop there and hover there for maybe 15 minutes, you know, and that never happened. You can see there's a lot of cloud cover here too, where they went into it, right? Come out of it, they just simply show up behind the cloud cover, and you can see it's not a perfect orb. And if you look on the video itself, you watch the show, you'll see it has some sort of blinking. And as you know, in my example, IR cameras outside, and when we film planes at 1,000 feet, you can't see the red and green lights, but you can see the overexposed light, but you can actually see the shape of the plane. But as they get further and further away, all you see is like a blinking white blob moving in the sky. What else we got here? Proof Bledsoe is a fraud. You might remember. Alright, no, it's not that one. Okay, further in the show, they put this headgear thing on him and stick him in a copper room with like fins that blocks out all radio signals, and so he can't be communicating with anyone and all that sort of stuff. So they put him in a box and tell him to raise his hand when he's summoning or expecting outside people to see something in the sky. Now this is this ridiculous experiment. As you know, there's so much traffic there on the flight radar that you're going to expect something every 5 to 10 minutes passing overhead, right? And the first one, it definitely looks like a passing satellite. And also you see what looks like a plane as well. I'm not sure if you can see it in this image at all. But this is another one that showed up only after the camera crew looked at all the cameras. They're outside and he raises his hand. They say, we can't see anything. Right? So if they don't see it with their eyes, like they did with the first one, which was a moving satellite, the other ones probably only the camera could see, which means it's going to be either a bug or a thermal signature of a bird or a bat or something like that, right? It's not going to be a physical light as such that our eyes can see. So this one turns out to be this thing here moving. I think it was that one, but hard to tell in this image, which looked like a bat or a bird flying around. And the next one where he raises his hand was something streaking down this way. I'm not sure whereabouts it was now on that frame there, I think, which to me looks like a little tiny insect passing the camera. And of course Bledsoe has told this, oh, we didn't see it with our eyes, but the camera crew looked at all the cameras and they found something actually in the sky. And he says, yeah, I call those streakers. Anyway, it's such a stupid show, it really is. People are going to be suckered by this. So we looked at this one here where he was talking to SpaceX, remember that one? And John Greenwald calls him out. Have a listen to the audio, right? It was really sickly. Thank you, God. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, aliens, for showing up. So, hopefully, Brandon actually listened to that one. He didn't actually comment on that one. But I did think I tagged him, right? So he must have. He didn't actually answer anything on that one. So, I'll just post a link to that so you can have a better look on your screens. Astrophotography. Coming from someone who used to take how do you say that word? Anthropography pics. I actually gave up recently due to chemtrails. Yeah, it's a bit hard to see in our sky. We're always getting cloud cover here. Because we're a smaller landmass, I guess. So we get more cloud coming over. What else did I miss? Anything? Looks like a balloon. Just seeing US attacked Iran. Yeah, we knew that was going to go down, or I did. They were given lots of opportunities to come to the talking tables, but it's their fault, really. But really, I think they're just bad people in power there, and we got some great people come from Iran, like Queen, right? The Queen bad. So the people are really Persians. You remember computer games called like the Prince of Persia, and then it sort of got dominated by radical Islam. So if I go back to the old ways where there are, you may have seen old TV shows where they have girls dancing around with things around the mouth, like Frankie. Was that Frankie? The old comedian guy? And Benny Hill, that sort of stuff. It used to be like friendly to the West, and they could sell their ore and all that sort of stuff. Now it's just hate. Females, what they're doing for females is terribly disgusting. If they didn't cover their faces, they would blind them in one eye. They would take away, rape them and kill them, that sort of stuff. Anyway, adult topics we don't want to talk about. So yeah, we're done with the Bledsoe nonsense. Might have to have a little break actually, and finish this sandwich off. I've got to go toilet. Then we can do the other UFO videos and topics. So it's talking about consciousness here, pretty much advertising it. You know. So I looked into what the Monroe Institute does, but you can find it out there. Have a read of it if you want. Sounds really new agey stuff, right? Energy and spooky action at distance, unproven stuff, where they're trying to create experiments and prove it, but they're also offering classes how to meditate and all that sort of stuff. So that's the new age side of things. I'm just going to have a small break and come back to it. It feels like a long time already, but we've covered a few things. I'll just come back and read that about the other Skinwalker Ranch stuff. This is one tab I missed there. And we got other stuff. Corbells released another UFO, so we go over that. So, yeah, we might just get rid of Tyler here and stick with Mr. Amy Gray. And I'll put some demo up on the screen here. Let's see, do something different, I guess. I don't know if it'll be too loud. I can adjust it though. Oh, wrong button, Paul. Pulls that. We do pulls that. Here we go. This is the stuff I did in sixth form when I was about 15, was it? Anyway, see if it's loud or not. I wrote some music for it. Catchy. Let me just check how loud it is. Just turn it down a wee bit. I can actually see it on my screen. Alright, now I can see it. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute. Have a small break. Okay, I'm back. How many people we got watching? 17, that's pretty good. 12 on Rumble, wow. Do say hi down the side chat, let us know you're there. Any comments? Only one on YouTube at the moment. I managed to eat half of my sandwich anyway. Without choking on it. I had to get some nasal spray going. A bit hard to eat and breathe at the same time through your mouth. Why is that not updated yet? Do hit a like, share. Oh, there we go. Got 6 likes on build. Thank you guys. The usual 2 on Rumble and 5 on YouTube at the moment. We only got like 60 views on the last show we did. I don't know why. I thought it was a fairly good show. Well, anyway. Better get that ready for end of credits. I got a bad tooth, I think. Again. Always happens between the teeth. I think it's because of my wisdom teeth pushing against the other one. But anyway, I'll just keep an eye on it. Yeah, so someone said a year ago. Did anyone else notice on tonight's episode of Beyond Skinwalker Ranch, they see a light that looks like a headlamp in the Anza-Borrego Desert Valley, and then they say, oh look, it's just disappeared. Yeah, I never even thought about that they were filming a roadside, but they blatantly covered up the light with a black CGI oval. I might have to go back and see if I can find that episode, because I don't remember that, and then never showed or mentioned the clip again. What was that? What's up with that? Yeah, exactly. What do you think? That it looked interesting to me, but it looked like a vehicle with vapor fumes that turned its lights off. I will see if I can pull up a screen snapshot. That would help. But that didn't obviously happen. I noticed that overall too, like bad clip art with a fill. Maybe Eric did that one because he's the one that's meant to be an expert that uses the embossed filter, which no expert should ever use. This show is getting useless. Differential FLIR not commercially available. Yes, it is, and has been for a long time. It's a FLIR that differentiates between 2 separate temperature ranges. Great for seeing what objects. Answer is simple birds which have cold wings and a hot body. Which it can see movement between. I think it's a bit more complicated than to separate 2 temperature ranges. I think it's a bit more clever than that. Well, they've modified the firmware their own special way, which I really hate, right? Because there's no one anyone can test it out and actually duplicate the same results. Otherwise, someone could get one, set a fire, and see if they can get the black blobs to happen. That helicopter has a recycled tail number, so they saw some helicopters fly overhead on that episode. No duh, they have been recycling tail numbers for aircraft for years, so not really that strange. It sounds sinister without telling people they have been doing it for a long time. So, you know, they give out a code for planes for, you know, at the airport. And when they scrap that plane because it gets too old, they put it onto another plane. And it's been happening since year dot. The FLIR drops 4 degrees multiple times at the exact same interval. Yeah, it will do that when you have it pointed at the same spot and the device generates heat, which gives false readings. So the FLIR recalibrates every so many minutes. I think we talked about that episode where they had it aimed towards the sky and they got strange stuff happening. I said it looked like it was recalibrating, and that's why it disappeared or showed up. The band is reserved for space communication. Well, it was till the whole planet switched to somewhere in the region of 2230 megahertz, not 1600 megahertz. So not too sure on that, but they're saying now that the satellites are using a higher frequency than the 1600, and that's a really old frequency. So I said there's wireless microphones that use that frequency. Although it might be reserved, it doesn't matter if you're using a low powered device that won't interfere with the satellite signal. So if it has like a 5 meter range, then it doesn't spread out and cause interference with other people's satellite devices, and it'll be all around them, you know, so they detect it feeding back into their equipment. That's what I said years ago, right? This is getting done, guys. Really done. It makes them look stupid, and those who can't fact check should doubt what they are saying. Don't forget to now add the heavy emphasis on remote viewing to back up the entire episode. I made a screenshot here. This show is a joke, and I feel bad for wasting my time watching it. Well, I watch it so you don't have to. But why do people go to these conferences and buy their books and buy their bullshit stories? So what is it? I can't. Not sure what image he's talking about here. Was that something on the horizon? I don't know. Doesn't make sense, that image. But anyway, doesn't matter. Would be better if they put the episode number. They haven't got an episode number, have they? I don't remember seeing it. Just a date number. So that means you have to go back and see what date the episode aired. But anyway, enough of Skinwalker Ranch. Okay, so we got Corbells' latest thing. So yeah, where have we got the image? Oh yeah, that's the other thing I was going to bring up about Tesla calls and EMPs, because that was. So we've got to come to that next probably. Yeah, be green streak, or someone has the Corbell video here somewhere. I'll just go full screen. Let's see if I can find it. Obviously it got out of sequence here. Like I said, I got some funnies mixed in. Some politics as well. Is that the one? No. Looks like I've been banned again, is it? Greenstreet, what's that one? Oh right, he's talking about the EMP stuff. Okay, we'll come back to that. Yeah, one. That's the EMP. Oh, must talk about that one. This is a real photograph of Obama filling up a C-130 with piles on piles of US dollars. $100 bills, is it? Or greenback? What's green? $20 bills? He gave him $1.7 billion, right? All the roads lead to Obama. So he gave all that money so they'd stop their nuclear program, and it obviously didn't work. I'm not sure if people knew about that or not. Weaponized. Oh, here we go. This could be the one. Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp released a new UAP video they claim is from the US Air Force and catalogued as disc shape. Here are the details they released. Oh, don't want to play that yet. Investigator and journalists. I wouldn't say he's an investigative journalist, that's just an insult to real investigative journalists. He's just a filmmaker and a liar. And George Knapp is not much better. Obtained, revealing for the first time. So this has probably come from David Grush way back, right, a couple of years ago. They just hold on to it and they gradually sip it out when they want to make more money or whatever. Military film footage of a UAP, officially documented and catalogued within the intelligence community investigation as a disc shape. This UAP of unknown origin displayed abrupt movement and intelligent control with the absence of thermal. So where's the government reports actually saying it? This is coming from Corbells' mouth, so I don't believe any of that. Absence of thermal propulsion signatures, officially designation as a UFP. So what doesn't give off thermal? Balloons, right? Doesn't give a trail of jet engines because it's a balloon. Of UAP was made by United States of Defense. Destination is currently maintained. So does that mean they've got top secret stuff that they shouldn't be revealing? How come they're not being arrested? 23rd of November. Oh, hang on, I just got to get comfy here again. Oh, my arm is really sore for some reason. I think it's because I've been leaning on it too much. The joints are really sore. So it's got a location on the map. At least it's some information, but you can see it's got really hard to read stuff on it. So it's spud cam footage going, isn't it? Filmed by a platform operating under the direction of the United States Air Force. What's a platform mean? The object was initially passive tracked. Does that mean it's one of those stato, what do you call it? Balloons, you know, in the sky. Or a drone, a platform with a camera looking downwards. Still an official documentation navigating through the clouds. The UAP appears to demonstrate an abrupt direction change. Atmospheric disruption was noticed in the case documented and was absence of thermal propulsion. So as we know, the Chinese spy balloons do look round from the top, and they do have like solar cells and motors on it so they can change course. So what does erupt mean? So let's have a look at this video. Maybe it doesn't even show that. So hit play. Pretty crappy footage so far, isn't it? And you can see it looks like someone's filming it with a spud cam smartphone of a screen, but it looks like, because look, is that a reflection of the screen, or is that where the direction of the sun is? Kind of looks like it's a recording of a recording. It's pretty crappy. So it looks like it's aimed down into the cloud cover on an angle. Video 2, I didn't even see it in video 1. Did you see it in video 1? Oh, I see a blob. Really good, no. Video 3, I guess now, is it? Or is it just colorized so you're able to see it? So we got something moving there. And it looks like stars. And we got something appearing here again, and it looks like it's got a reflection, looks like the moon or sun over here. Then it goes into cloud and disappears off thermal. As we talked about, the density of fog and water can interfere with FLIR and can make it disappear. Now, does it look like a balloon or a UFO? Still going. So those other dots must be stars. So is this a side view? Because we know the spy balloons were circular, weren't they? And they had the platforms underneath. Certainly getting spud cam-y artifacts. So yeah, you're gonna have to work out the angle of that, but still could be like a Chinese spy balloon that's got solar panels on it, and it has the equipment maybe inside, and maybe it might be a new one where it's got the coating on the outside for the solar cells, you know, because you can make rubber ones now that flex and all that. Pretty bad video. Look at the pixelation going. Oh, it just pops out the clouds. And where's the erupt change though? Do you see the erupt change? I don't see any erupt change. Did you see it change? It looked like it's just drifting with the wind, doesn't it? Okay, it's just his story, all we got to go by. Weather balloon, Chinese spy balloon, who knows? Doesn't look like a UFO to me. It's not like that one UK that guy filmed. Classic flying disc, right? And it's certainly nothing like Mojo got. I just call this crap. Disinformation. There it comes. I don't see any erupt change. So boring, isn't it? Just more crap. Yes, we can watch weather balloons all we want, I suppose. Anyway, I said Google loon balloon or Chinese soy balloon, because P and O are next to each other. I said that typed it on the phone, so you don't actually see the missing little dash on the little P. It's terrible font. Shows us HD and calls O and I. Knit crap FLIR. So yeah, I'm saying there we need an optical image of that. So if that was a flying platform, it's got to have HD video, isn't it? Come on. The US government's not that stupid. So yeah, I'll post a link to it. You can have a look on it yourself, see if you can see stuff that I can't see in that crap video. I don't know if there's a better copy out there, but it looks like to me it's been purposely downgraded again on purpose. Hey Robert, you like my artwork, did you? Cool music. I think it was some of mine and some others that were free to use. Regarding Skinwalker stuff, I've Always ignored their crap myself. Been watching the bloody language expert on Bledsor and another fellow. Very impressive outcomes here. Yeah, I got an episode there on Bledsor where he changed his story pretty much every interview he had. It might be slight changes, but the guy highlights it in the episode. And I post a link to it so you can actually watch the full video on that. I actually didn't do it all, I don't think. Just went through some of the major ones. So, Corbell. See if it posts alright. Yep. Have a look at it yourself if you want to. And then we got someone posted this underneath it, which I thought was hilarious. Spud can. Probably they wouldn't have a sense of humour though. What did they say? Filmed by a new ultra double top secret camera system deployed on US jet. That's hilarious. Anyway, you'll find it on that link there. It's just underneath, I think, if we scroll up. Yeah, there you go. I just posted it separately just in case I didn't go over it again. I think that was to do with the other article about them debunking the UFOs over nukes, so we'll come back to that one. Yeah, politics, I'll come back to that one. Yeah, Mick West must be on the end, is it? Yep, okay. Into the Mick West one. It must be here somewhere. Oh, here we go. I really should sort them out, but yeah, I just get too tired and forget about it. Okay, so someone did analysis on that video, right? And said it's about 8 meters. And that, if you talk about 8 meters, 7 point something it was. What size is a... Okay, let's try Chinese. I didn't try that one. Chinese Bible. Because that was fairly big, wasn't it? So we'll see how big that was. But it doesn't mean they're all that size, right? So that went to 200 feet size, 61 meters. So that's quite big, right? That's a mothership. But it doesn't mean they haven't got smaller ones. The smaller ones would be hard to detect on radio. Okay, so what size is a weather balloon, which are more that round shape. And then you got high altitude ones that turn into tear shapes. AI, kicking in again. They start off at 1.5 meters in diameter, and as they expand as they go up, they get up to 20 to 25 feet, which is, there you go, 8 meters. Same as what that article guy, we'll have a look, before bursting. So that sounds like a weather balloon to me, drifting in the air current. So go back to this article here, underneath Mick West. UAPS size report, final submission for Jeremy Corbell. Verified thermal analysis, angular triangulation method, independent audit. To determine the physical size of the disk, blah 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 blah. Goes on a bit. Sources of data taken obviously from the edge of the camera. Range. Valid and counter analysis. Conclusion. The report calculates the UAPS diameter at approximately 25 feet, which is what a weather balloon is, 7.758. That sounds identical to a weather balloon, using a conservative 25 pixel width from the original enhanced thermal image. This is consistent with other military observed UAPs described as disc-shaped or cold in IR. Now, latex balloons, you see through them, don't you? But they tend to be like rubber, a white rubber stuff, isn't it? Latex. So it sees the sky behind it, and you see the outline, which is what we're seeing in the video, right? Let's have a look. I wonder if there's a picture of someone doing a IR on a weather balloon. Nighttime, because there's no heat, no sun out. Let's see, there might be something about there. What does a weather balloon look? Doesn't mean it hasn't got solar panels around the outside, which would cause it to reflect the environment around it, right? So it may have those flexible solar cells around it. So that would rule out a weather balloon versus a spy balloon. Look like an IR. Okay. So there's the shape of them, but no one's done. It's called a radio sondi, a small white spherical balloon, typical latex that carries, but it can also be rubber, can't it? 20 feet to 25, it said on the other article. So this one's come back with a different result from another website, of course. Yeah, I suppose we're not going to get anything on that one. What does a, let's say, latex have we got any on a IR? Probably not. See, it doesn't even answer my question. It brings up any other crap, doesn't it? No. It's not going to show us. It could be one. Okay, it looks very similar. Black. Let's have a look. Infrared. Okay. I got a black one, I got a clear one. That's FLIR though. Can we see them? Not really. So it sees through it. He's standing on it there. Can you see the outline? And he's got black and white mode, which is what the military use. And it does have an outline on it. See that? It does have an outline. And it's seeing through the heat through the latex. So which one's the black one, which one's the clear one? That's the one with the stuff inside it. Graffiti. What if the latex balloon is cold? So he puts it in the fridge. Ah, that changes it, doesn't it? The air inside, or the helium inside, makes it more visible. Looks very much like the video. Okay, I'll post a link to that. That's quite good, doesn't it? And there you go, it looks like, but he's using the tear-shaped one. It's good to have examples that you can compare stuff to, right? So yeah, it could be a weather balloon, it could be extremely cold inside, and it shows up on the thermal matching. What's it not scrolling in? Oh, what's happened now? crashing. What did I get there? Balloon. Well, latex on thermal. Now I don't think I've seen anyone do experiment where they put it in the freezer to chill it right down before. But if it's at room temperature, it's barely able to see it. But when you chill it down, it really pops out, doesn't it? Where did it go? What's happening here? I should have posted more out than that. Posted those three. I think we're being filtered. I'm not sure if it's gone out. Something strange happened there. No, I didn't send it, did it? Maybe I didn't post the link. Where's the link gone? Bloody hell. What's going on here? That was it there, wasn't it? Copy. Yeah, that was the one. Let's do this again. I'm not sure what's going on. Balloon chilled. Did it work that time? Yep. Okay, we got 1, 2. Pilled. Did it go to pilled? This doesn't seem to update the screen properly, does it? Kind of strange. Oh yeah, no, I don't see pilled in the list. Is that being filtered now? I'd have to check. There's always little niggles, isn't there, where they try and stop things working. It looks like it may have sent it. Corbell and balloon chilled. Yeah, it's definitely on chilled. Cool bananas. Just in case we want to get back to that in a future date, because you're never able to find the same video. But anyway, I think that sort of confirms it could be a balloon, because it's more reflective for some reason when it's colder. I don't think Mick West even has chilled down his experiments. He always said you can't see them, you see through them, but not if they're cold. So yeah, Mick West is a liar then in that case. Yeah, so they do all that calculations, and Mick West said, hang on, Corbell. Mick West said it's inaccurate because the slant angle is to the ground, not the object. The focal field of view is not shown on screen and is also unknown. either issue or nullifies the analysis. But people down here said that he did actually have this. We are done with balloon talk. Seagulls, fake. Unfortunately, balloons are still not done with. The chat GPT math, the guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Balloon or seagull incoming. Yep. Here we go. West, amusing and feeble attempts to debunk all UAP videos. You're a joke with your explanations. What's next? Might have missed them, Mick. What's your initial thoughts? He has qualified his remarks for field of view. Great question. The 2 degrees horizontal view is typical mid-zoom spec for military. So he's gone by spec information. So he's answered that one, and the angle. Cameras operate around 1.5 to 5 degrees horizontal. So yeah, it looks like he's covered that, Nick. But he's based it on specs and what he found. Except for you have no idea which of the multiple field of views it is using. And since the slant angle here is to the ground, is irrelevant. So these are the specs. So what you should do is you should do a recalculation of all those different specs and see how the size varies, right? So you could say it's between 8 and 14 meters, say, and of course some weather balloons do expand up to 14 too. If we do a search on that, we'll probably get information on that. Anyway, I think we're done with the Corbell one. And we've got all these other ones here. Looks like third phase can be left for another day, but yeah, these won't take long to go through. What are we up to for minutes now? Must be getting late. I think some people may have fallen asleep 3 hours. Okay. Me making a mess of the side chat here, but anyway. Let's just step through them all. A mixture of things here, so it's not sorted. So, well, this gives you an idea about how dominant the United States Air Force truly is. So, talking about UFOs and stuff in the sky, we've got a graph here of all how many planes they got. Iran's got only 551. I think they're all been pretty much blown up by now. Which was the next one? Arab, they got 560. We don't want music. How can we get rid of music? Next country, Algeria 600, Israel 612, Germany 618, Brazil 628, Greece 632, United Kingdom only 664. That's pretty bad. Thought they'd at least have 1,000. Italy 800. Saudi Arabia 914. I guess they cost like $100 billion each, do they? North Korea, that's getting up there. Where do they get all their money from? And where did they buy their planes from? Russia, probably. 951. France, getting up there. Hey, we finally hit 1,000. That's Turkey. Egypt, even more. South Korea, even more. Pakistan, 1,500. Almost. Japan, same. India, double that again. Woohoo! And China, 3,000. You'd expect them to be the biggest one. Yeah, Russia is above them still. And United States on the end. Whoa, way up there. United States has almost 15,000 military craft. How about that? I thought that's a pretty good one to show you. So a lot of stuff at all those different bases around the world, as well as mostly in America probably. And aircraft carriers, I believe they can have up to 130 F-18s on there. But typically have around about 64 mixture of planes, 64 to 80. So yeah, they sent a few aircraft carriers to the off coast of Iran recently. And so someone's put that out there. So certainly USA would have air superiority, and with all the satellites in space and whatnot. Yeah, what's this one here? Wishart challenged the claim, citing historical data from a summer of... Alright, this is climate change. The summer of 1934-35, which showed prolonged periods of high temperatures. The average maximum temperature in 2025 heatwave was 28 to 46 C, and in the 1930 it was a 35 heatwave. It was higher at 30 to 28 C. Was it 30.28 C? I think it might be a point, is it? He said he argued that RNs had failed to accurately investigate this historical data, which is generally most news outfits they never do investigative journalism, misleading readers into believing that 2025 heatwave was unprecedented. So they're saying it's hotter than it's ever been, which is not true. Push BS climate stuff. Now farmers grow trees, not meat, pushing up prices. I typed that on the phone when I read it, and I thought, oh yeah, I'll go back and grab that. So turns out it was the maximum average was 28 for 2025, and it was actually hotter in 35 at 30.28 degrees. That's what they're saying. So yeah, it's actually cooler. Climate cooling down. So that's in New Zealand where they're debating climate change, because we had Jacinda pushing it, and now we're part of the Paris Accord, paying out like hundreds of millions of dollars because our cattle fart a lot. Fart tax, as they call it. It's totally ridiculous. Now meat prices have gone skyrocket. I was talking about meat prices at the beginning. Makes it really hard to do the carnivore diet. But anyway, I sort of come off it a wee bit, but I'm still sort of watching how much I eat and all that sort of stuff. Bread, and especially potato. But it's very hard to get range from bread. What was this one? Oh yeah, this is totally false. The No Kings match. Remember that bullshit that was on TV? Claiming that Trump was a king. The No Kings process was one of the largest demonstrations in American history. That fact scares the crap out of Trump, and MAGA America is done with Trump. So that guy's saying that's not true. The real king shut down small business, kept you from seeing dying relatives, kept families separate from holidays. So he's talking about Biden. And forced you to take a shot in order to keep your job. Come on. Yeah, that's dictatorship, wasn't it? Stay home, make sure you get your vaccination. Kevin Newsom destroyed the business I built for 20 years in San Francisco. Trump appointed US attorney. So there's a lot of people really unhappy in America, especially with all the stupid mainstream media lies going on. They discharged thousands of active military for not taking an experimental shot that ended up claiming more lives than the virus. So there's a lot coming out now of all the side effects of this C-19 business. That was Trump's first presidency. I've never understood how people still support Democrats. Is it just hatred? So yeah, let's face it, if Trump was a king or a dictator, he would have locked up all those protesters by now. That didn't happen. So he's given free speech, but he did send troops there to protect. The cops needed some backup, and also buildings being burnt and cars, people's property being damaged, which is not peaceful protesting. And of course, some people say that's cherry-picked mainstream media clips where only a handful of people set cars on fire. Not from what I saw, anyway. People were blocking highways. That's not peaceful protesting in my book either. That's causing friction between people that have to get to their jobs and do their stuff, while these other protesters on social welfare or whatever can afford to go and protest. So it's kind of stupid. Wait, I thought nobody showed up. So yeah, that was more propaganda. It was about the parade, and saying that hardly anyone showed up was lies as well. Mainstream media just gets caught out all the time. I got stupid music on it. Yeah, there's quite a lot of people there watching the fireworks. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Trump ends up paying for it anyway. Everyone was talking about taxpayers' money and all that. But yeah, it was really to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the military and link it together with his birthday. Just make it something special. And you know, you've got stupid protesters complaining all the time. When he's going to make them better off in the end. Already, as I stated, that his terrorists are already raking in new stuff, right? This might actually be one here. Donald Trump's bail bond set at $450 million and then reduced to $175 million. Vince Luther, whatever it is, that guy shot 2 senators, and he got $5 million for his bond for butchering 2 people. Do you see how corrupt the justice system is? Certainly do. So I thought these were really, really good posts showing how there's double standards in America. Well, let's see. Maybe you shouldn't have been hiring illegals and paying the slave wages so the taxpayers could make up the difference. So this guy here is complaining that he had to close his meat factory because he hired all illegals. And from what I heard recently, that he's got so many people applying for the jobs that are now vacant because they said no one would want to do those type of jobs, where they got regular and legal Mexicans living there, right, in California, that will quite happily do that job. Now they're not hiring just illegals and getting paid better. So the price of the products might go up, or he takes a hit in the profit margin, right? So these are the stuff used in propaganda all the time, and lies, of course. This one here, ranking the biggest threats to Western civilization. Biggest threats to Western civilization: Russia, China, Islam, white liberal woman with liberal arts degrees. I thought that was funny. It's probably not far wrong. What's this one here? Breaking: Elon Musk has announced that Starlink is now active in Iran to help Iranians communicate, organize, and rise up against the regime. So there you go. So just like he did with Ukraine, he offered it. I'm not sure how they would have connected into it though. Wouldn't they need the boxes? I suppose may have airdropped, military may have airdropped some boxes in locations where the people got their hands on it. Iran cut off all internet so the people cannot organize, keep and communicate. So I have to catch up on the latest. This is old news now. So we got UFO one. Let's just work out all the UFO ones. UFO ones. Oh yeah, that's about the nuclear that I've got to cover. Yep, nuclear. Okay, there's another politic one. So this is a thing with Iran and Russia. They purposely target civvy locations and not military locations. So when they blew up the runway with those drones, Russia retaliates with rockets into high-rise buildings, which is not a military site, right? Killing kids and females. So to me, that's just dirty war monger. Putin is insane. One. Okay, it's also on technical talk about that, and another one here. Okay, so Pro Pixel video analysis is a bit of a drip analysis guy. Mick made fun of him and he blocked Mick. So Mick has that's to the Skywatcher HQ. So I'm not too sure who the guy is, but we'll just have a quick look to see what it's about again. I'll just refresh my memory.
Class 1 Tetra UAP, I think.
Okay, so this looks like flapping birds.
I'm pretty sure it's that, and I'm going to show you why. So I posted a picture earlier.
Okay, so he's using Adobe Effects, and he's looks like he's using edge detection there, or something like that. A wee bit like emboss. No one uses that. You can see it's just stupid. Stupid analysis that he's doing here.
Earlier today, just saying a video is coming, and I'm going to play this so you can see.
We talked about this a couple weekends ago, or a weekend ago.
What I'm talking about. So this is what was captured in.
That's what a flock of birds looks like flapping their wings, right?
This was in 2021. There was a couple walking out of Famous Dave's. They looked up, they saw something, they said, "Man, what the heck is that? It's really weird." And
seagulls
filmed it for a little bit and then posted on YouTube, and then here we are several years later looking at it. So the reason why I think this is a Class 1 Tetra UAP is because it very clearly matches.
See, straight away you can't listen to this guy saying it's a Tetra UAP when it's clearly a flock of birds, right? It's just stupid.
The signature of what we're seeing out of the Skywatcher catch.
So that's why you come to me, guys, because I know what I'm talking about. These guys haven't got a damn clue. It's just stupid. What else we got? Okay. Go back to the beginning. Captured from Earth in this semantic AI rendered space swing. Jupiter rising over Moon's horizon. I think Secureteam used this one too, didn't they? I got some stupid music that makes it really credible. Oh no, I don't think he did actually use this one. That was another one. Yeah, it's too clear. Anyone that's got a telescope knows you don't get Jupiter like this. Or the moon of it coming behind the moon that crisp. There's no atmospherics happening. Bullshit. So if we go there, it's probably the original. And what does it say? I suppose the term, that term there, means it's made up, right? Let's see, latest planet, solar system. Doesn't say how he made it though, does he? Music. Scenic motions. Universe. Okay, let's have a look at his details. Looks like he's got a few emanations to do with space. Fusion of nature. What's it say there? Space and imagination. You bring your cinematic, AI powered visuals that transport you beyond ordinary. Whether you're here to relax, recharge, or get inspired, this channel is made for you. Okay, my eyes are getting a bit blurry, as you can tell. But yeah, looks like they just made it up stuff. So people are obviously circulating that around as truthful when it's not. Okay, what do we got here? So it's long been my theory that UFOs have been used to cover up foreign spy drones over America. Stories of drones are often rebranded by the docile news media. Corbells paints the whole 2019 event as paranormal. Blah blah blah. I'm not sure what I was going to do on this one. Stephen, the videos included objects that were superficially shaped to the same glare of pixelization. Triangles. Yes, okay. Alright, so here's my comment. Was your triangle sight an out of focus star? Alright, you mentioned talking about them out of focus here. Whereabouts was it? Whereabouts did he mention out of focus? I can't see where the bit was mentioned. Oh, maybe it's on a reply comment. Can't see it there. I read it somewhere. Mostly out of focus stars. Alright, so he said the Corbells video was mostly out of focus stars with bokeh. And I asked him, was your triangle sighting? Because he actually had his own sighting of a triangle. Out of focus star. To you, do you know the... Alright, to you. It should be a full stop there. I did this on the phone again. Do you know the 2010 MUFON case where field investigator on a country poop star, or pop star that should be, place all saw a triangle craft and ran into an alien grey. Learn the best cases will help. So he's saying that all UFOs are like blurry dots or out of focus dots. We know they're pretty bad. But he had his own side and it clearly wasn't a blurry dot, right? It was fairly close to him. And there's other cases that are credible by MUFON investigators where they're investigating a pop star who owned a farm and had crop fields that was getting crop circles, and he claimed that UFOs were creating them, and so the MUFON went out there to investigate and see if they could see. He said they were there pretty much every night, so they've got set up cameras, which they did a really poor job because Chase was the investigator. And when the triangle UFO started heading towards the crop fields, all their technical batteries died and the cameras died, and they didn't have any locked off far away cameras because they could at least get something on film. But yeah, as it approached them, probably knew they were down there, put out some sort of EMP pulse, take out the batteries or circuits. Which I'm going to talk about on another case that he's talking about here. Typo's horrid phone again. Your post looks like when II tries to make false signs and labels and images. Yeah, but you're smart and can read typos. Apparently not. People just love attacking me on typos, but unfortunately I don't see them. And there's no way to edit, as you can see here. You should have like edit, but you can only delete or copy and then paste, redo the comment on the laptop later on. But I don't see the point. You can read, the characters either side where you're meant to get. Anyway, I don't really care. Got to get some people to attack me over something, right? Because they can't attack my debunks because they're pretty solid. It's long been my theory. Okay, it's the same thing, is it? And then I posted another comment to him. Of course, but 1% are aliens covered up as truth. Is so scary they can't tell you about it. And I've often talked about that before. The government can't come clean on that stuff because it will cause major chaos. And they can't write off 50% of the alien abduction stuff that's happening, because it actually happens, and the other ones have sort of sleep paralysis or whatever, drug illusions or whatever. No, it isn't a game changer. The Wall Street Journal article ignores decades of evidence that supports something other than what they are pushing. Was disinformation going on to some degree? I have zero doubt. It is a game changer on how we should view the topic, not even close. So he's answering this person here. This Wall Street Journal article should be a game changer for everyone in the UFO community who have been waiting for disclosure. The government and military have been hiding the truth to us and to their officials, I suppose, officers or pilots, about the truth about cover-up. P.S. I sent them quite a bit of the evidence that was completely ignored in their part 1. So he actually sent some information to the Wall Street Journal who didn't care. Okay. John, can we do a spaces sometime? I'm almost done with my mother's home and then I will get my life back. So did his mother die, did she? And he's cleaning up that is a big job, cleaning up houses and reselling them or whatever. You really believe that, John? The evidence of NHI blah 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 is staggeringly poor to laughable. The examples of solid evidence that you find plausible. Well, there is. Lefon did a few cases there where they got some really solid evidence, like magnetic plastic, which is impossible to get. And Bob, whatever his name was, Bud Hopkins, and his research partner Peter Robbins, about a man that got lifted up and that went wrong, and he was embedded into a ceiling tile that eventually gave away and ripped a hole in his back and was rushed to hospital. So there's obviously physical evidence there, and it's got embedded meat inside the fibers of the tile, which should be impossible to do, and it should be DNA matched to his DNA, so that would be impossible to do as well, probably. Unless they let him carve a bit of skin off him, plug it in. It's very unlikely though. Alright, so Mick West, obviously I couldn't reply to this because I'm blocked. Tim Phillips, former Deputy Director of Arrow, pours cold water on the Wall Street Journal. EMP test theory of the nukes going online at Maelstrom. And Greenstreet put down here, I think some things are getting confused and conflated here, and a broader context is needed. I said this in another thread, but I'll put it here. On March 1967, missiles went offline at Echo Flight, blah blah blah, force base in Montana. That happened. Bowen came out, investigated, and determined an electric pulse of sorts had shut the missiles off. This is in publicly released documents. Worried the enemy could replicate such a pulse from above ground, EMP tests were later conducted to see if underground missiles would be affected. Some of these EMP tests involved a glowing orange device mounted in the air. Now, the videos I've seen, the historic videos I've seen, that they actually got a cylinder device that created the EMP inside a 18-wheeler truck. Whether that also had a opening in the roof that maybe put the spark gap, and I'll go over the technical details of that in a minute, inside a sphere above the truck, and where it sort of created an electric spark, but like a Tesla coil to the ground. It created the EMP pulse when they discharged the capacitors that they charged up inside the truck with a generator, I guess. 3 decades later, in the 1990s, Salas went public with his UFOs turned off nukes in 1987 story, via a sci-fi TV show called Sightings. He first claimed it was a November flight on March 16th. The date missiles actually went offline at Echo Flight. So you got the 2 locations, because he moved around, didn't he? The 2 locations around the wrong way. He later changed the story to he was at an Oscar flight on March, 1 week after Echo incident, which he claims UFOs shut off missiles again. He later yet again added to his story saying that aliens abducted him and that the memories came to him telepathically in dreams. Now, I haven't heard that part of it before. It's possible that he got abducted. I don't know. He was, again, very good friends with Earl Grey, and I had it happen to me, so it's very possible the flow-on effect from Earl Grey to various people around him start having alien visitations. Now, was this before or after he knew Earl Grey? I don't know. It doesn't actually say there. But there's no evidence missiles went offline at Oscar flight on March 24. Again, we read, didn't we see a video or something where they said that the managers at the bases didn't want too much paperwork, and they didn't want everything written down that a UFO was sighted that caused outage, and they just put it down as electrical fault or whatever. That sort of makes sense, right? Because there's probably going to be a lot more work involved if they said it was like a UFO, because then it could be like enemy infiltrant in the airspace, and they probably didn't think much of it really, because the missiles come back online again, so they reckon they probably failed the attempt to take it down. But yeah, later getting added to a story. Okay, there is no evidence missiles went offline. There is also no evidence that UFOs described as glowing orange or red caused missiles to go offline at Oscar flight on. However, there is evidence that missile did go offline at Echo on March, saying there's also evidence that EMPs were used to test missiles between 1967 and 1990s, when Sellers first tells the story. There is also evidence that these EMP tests involve glowing orange devices suspended up in the air between 1967 and 90s. But wouldn't they tell... There's some problems with this. If they're going to do testing, they should let the staff and especially the manager know that they're doing some testing outside, and you'll see an orange glowing ball. So yes, something's not adding up right. That sounds like a cover-up story to me already. It's very likely that the evidence supports that over 30 plus years, Sellers simply combined, conflated, and appropriate multiple different real stories about real things, and then combined them onto one single story, a false story. I don't think so. Because Il Gray said, he talked to him a lot and said the guy was very honest, and he's interviewed people where he's picked him as dishonest, and I suppose years of doing it in ufology, you get to feel of people that's pulling your leg versus ones that are fakers. Well, just the body language, we looked at the body language. I think he's telling the truth. Air Force Frederick Sellers missile commander during 1967 confirmed UAP activity at Oscar flight. So yeah, so he did have actually a person that backed up his story here, even if it's not written in government books. Of course, it may have been documented and also destroyed, the evidence destroyed, right? For whatever reason. 10 nuclear went offline, blah blah. Yeah, so I think I covered all that story. How did he confirm it? There's no evidence of that. So he's laughing out loud, saying that the commander couldn't confirm that story, right? There is indeed. Read the documentation below. Jason and me Ward confirmed Sellers' story. If you don't believe the documentation, you can listen to the witnesses in their own words here. Okay. You're highlighting and quoting a book written by a guy who claims he was kidnapped by space aliens, which I'm sorry lessens his credibility. So straight away bias, right? I think if Stephen did some actual research and actually got into the abduction cases, you'll see there's a lot of actual real stuff in that, and especially those other cases where they saw a UFO flying over it, or they bumped into an alien grey, and it was everybody was awake. I've still seen serious evidence to support missiles went offline at Oscar flight. Is there any? There is indeed evidence that Robert Sellers, who believes he was abducted by aliens and has changed his story, is telling the truth. Stephen Greenstreet, what evidence? Why is it's all a Robert Sellers book? Yeah, he didn't answer it. stooge. Yeah, I think everybody's top down is getting going. This is the most ridiculous and effing stupid theory I've ever heard. So they installed a massive platform, I think it means in the dead of night, directly in front of the gate where security was on duty 24 hours a day, and then shot an EMP at the nukes. Yeah, that did not happen. Yeah, that's what I reckon too. Everybody would have been informed about it. Yeah, common sense. You got to play common sense to ufology, don't you? Anyway, I did some research further onto that. Okay, so there's a video here of historic things. UFO or EMP? Alex Holdens from Sandbox weighs in. So you've got a little video here, I'll just play it.
And while there are lots of criticisms leveled at Arrow, some that seem fair to me, and at the Wall Street Journal's reporting, some that doesn't seem quite as fair, I believe both of these groups drew their conclusions based on this understanding. They took reports of missile silos being shut down by unusual glowing objects and did exactly what I would do. They went looking for terrestrial explanations, and they found pretty extensive evidence of the US military building EMP generators and testing them against nuclear missiles in launch facilities at around that same time. And they drew what on its face seems to be a logical conclusion, that these tests and those sightings were probably related. The fact that this explanation does get a bit more brittle under scrutiny doesn't necessarily mean it isn't true. EMP systems, like those employed in hardening tests, don't just manifest overnight, they're developed over time.
Okay, so you can see a big tube here with high voltage capacitors, I guess.
Often through the creation and testing of a bunch of experimental systems and prototypes.
Okay, that one looks like it's a rocket engine.
Any of which could potentially have been used in tests that are, to this day,
that one looked like it had rocket engines on it. Whether that's, I don't know what that's got to do with it.
Still undisclosed. And if
so, that cylinder thing is unrelated to it, isn't it? I don't know. 18-wheeler truck with an EMP generator in it? Or has it got a missile because it had rocket engines on the end? Which is basically mobile rockets.
The journal had come out and said,
which Iran are using at the moment,
that it's possible Salas's experience was caused by the testing of a similar system to ones that we know later.
Well, it looks like it's near the hatch of the
existed, but today remains classified. Well, I honestly think people would have been much more accepting of their conclusions. But because those conclusions were presented as facts with evidence that didn't entirely substantiate those claims, it just left a lot of room for speculation and criticism. But I don't think any of the conclusions drawn by Shechtman and Viswanathan were all that unreasonable at all. I want to be clear that I do not think Robert Salas is a liar, but I do think that he's an 84-year-old man with a story that's tough to nail down. And again, when left to choose between the likelihood that alien spacecraft turned off these missiles in their silos, or the likelihood that the government was performing what I would consider to be unsafe and irresponsible testing of experimental EMP devices against operational missile silos, well, as unlikely as the latter may seem, it's still more likely than the former. At least, to me anyway. But in the end, I'm forced to leave you without a clear answer. Could aliens have really repeatedly shut down nuclear missile silos and launch facilities all throughout the 60s and 70s? Well, I guess anything is possible, but outside of eyewitness testimony, there's not much in the way of evidence to substantiate that claim.
Shame they didn't have body cams back then. But it probably would have got destroyed if they did anyway.
Could these events be explained away by secret EMP red teaming that took place?
Maybe some of it. But, yeah, it's a bit highly suspect. There'd be more people knowing that they were doing testing that particular day that there was a UFO sighting.
A handful of years before the technology was mature enough for...
Anyway, so I looked at to see what was possible, and I asked AI again. So capacitors, yes, cool now. So I said, does it use Tesla coils or what? So Tesla coils are great for visual demonstration, but useless for realistic EMP testing. Do EMP simulators use high voltage? Yes, absolutely. Max generators can reach hundreds of kilowatts. So I never heard of a max generator before. To megawatts. They discharge pulses, typically nanoseconds in duration. Currents can reach kiloamps during the pulse. Safety is critical. These systems can kill instantly and can damage uninsured electronic miles away. So would the American be testing that? That would take out a lot of stuff, you know, transformers up to miles away, 2 miles away. Seems like a lot of things they'd have to replace after done a test, wouldn't it? Yeah, EMP testing in military solo contexts is hardened solos. Tests are performed with instrumental simulators that radiate a pulse and monitor system responses. Shielding, grounding, and cable filtering are tested, verified. DoD standards like MIL standard 461 and MIL blah 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 define the requirement summary. Method suitable for EMP simulation. Note Tesla cool. Note wrong frequency. Slow rise time, not representative of EMP. Max generator fast. Yep, tick. Fast high voltage pulse ideal for E1 type EMP simulation. Bloom line, which sounds like some sort of antenna system there where they discharge into. Precise pulse shaping for EMP test labs. GTM cell strip line used to deliver standardized test pulses to smaller systems. Blah blah blah. I can suggest a low energy bench setup using capacitor banks and shielded enclosures. Otherwise, any serious EMP test capability is restricted and monitored under national security. So if you do some testing in your home basement, watch out. What is a Marx generator? GPT said Marx generator is a device that generates high voltage fast rise electrical pulses by charging capacitors in parallel and discharging them in series. It's often used in EMP simulators, plasma research, which sounds a wee bit like Area 51 and Lazar stuff, doesn't it? Pulsed power systems and particle accelerators. Okay, so I said here, a spark cap is the classic and most common switch used in a Marx generator to create a high voltage pulse. Here's how it fits into the operation. During the charging phase, each capacitor is charged up to a certain voltage through resistors or inductors. The spark gaps are initially non-conductive because the voltage across them is below. So basically it's like two knobs of wire with a gap in between and certain distances depending on how big you want the spark to jump across to the other thing. So it's like 2 Tesla coils next to each other and the spark goes between. So that's what a spark gap is, and that was part of Tesla's research into his so-called radiant energy generator for wireless power. He found that when the spark happened, it caused a reaction in the gas molecules in between that released this new unknown energy that he called radiant energy, which wasn't electron flow, and it could pass through shielded sheets of metal and ceramic and all that sort of stuff, and still hit him in the chest when he fired it off and pretty much knocked him over. Which is kind of interesting. When you trigger off the first spark gap, either by increasing the voltage, blah blah blah. So anyway, here's a diagram of one. And that just means repeated. Yeah, I need a drink. I'll get one after the show in a minute. So these are each of capacitors here charging up through a generator. And here's a spark gap, a little air gap, and the spark jumps across, and when the spark happens, it's like a lightning strike and it creates an EMF pulse. Show additional replies. This post is from accounts you muted. So that's why I never got his right. I explained why and how UFOs knock out power or power up or take offline nukes. Yeah, we're not talking about UFOs, we're just looking at the technology behind it to verify whether the government was able to generate another equivalent EMP pulse equivalent to a nuclear blast. And you can see it's going to be like truck size capacitors with generators and an antenna with a spark gap that radiates out the EMP. So yeah, this guy just can't be bothered. Okay, what is he on about? Anyway, why would a UFO shoot an EMP pulse? It's a bit risky when you think about it, though, because it's going to blow up a lot of electronics. It's not just going to take it offline. Makes sense that they maybe somehow interfered with the transformer and the power went down, but then they got backup generators, so how do you explain those not kicking in? So somehow it influenced them not to kick in as well. But anyway, so yeah, it is possible to create a nuclear blast EMP wave, I guess. Well, it sounds of it, of that information I looked up. I also did other research on the Tesla core, but the AI says it's not equivalent to a nuclear blast. But someone's saying he's trying to create a source which produce electromagnetic pulses, which sounds to me like it might be a national security risk, or someone you could get arrested over, especially if you took out a whole neighborhood's power. I mean, studying the variations and characteristics of electromagnetic pulses. Yes, Wikipedia Tesla core. I'm not satisfied with the Wikipedia page. It does not tell anything about specifically about the EMP. One answer. Tesla core is technically a air gap resonance transformer. So as a transformer, you have a primary and a secondary side of the transformer. So the top of it they're talking about is one part of the transformer, and the ground, I guess, is the secondary side of the transformer. So when it shoots off a a lightning, it hits the ground or whatever. The primary side of the testicle consists of the transformer, coil, inductions, a capacitor, and some means of switching primary, and then the switching mechanism that determine if you can obtain EMP pulse for your coil. In some testicle, the switching is done electronically, a semiconductor switch. With this type of switching, you may be able to generate EMP, but if the LC tie is consistent of the primary, is significantly larger than the oscillator switching frequency, the EMP may not be of sizable strength. I think that's what the AO was saying. Other coils create switching using a fixed spark gap, but these means 2 high voltage electrodes complete the primary circuit by arranging 2 high voltage electrodes. Tungsten or carbon are often used so that the voltage is able to jump the gap continuously. The gap produces essentially wideband random switching, but the LC primary acts as a resonant filter emitting primary the design frequency of the circuit. For this design, you essentially do not get a pulse, but rather a wideband electromagnetic noise. So bzzz. Third mechanism is mechanical communicating switch. Commutating switch. A motor drives the circuit arrangement of the high voltage electrodes that rotate. So yeah, it's pretty involved stuff, as you can see. But yes, at least I did some research on it. And I think we're pretty much done for the day, and everyone's fallen asleep by now probably. But yeah, we covered some really good stuff there, I think. Oh, stream was disconnected, reconnected on Pilled. So what happened there? We had that problem. Are we still working? Cinematic and AI rendered equals fully created. Yeah. So yeah. Hopefully you enjoyed the show. I did see many people challenging what I was saying there. So I guess you pretty much all agree with what I presented. I'll just do an update here. Do hit a like. Looks like we've lost quite a few people there, is it? We got 13 still. 8. Quite a few on Rumble. Oh, we got 3 likes on Rumble. Yay! Anyway, better say goodnight. It's getting on a bit now, I think. Must be up to 4 hours or something, is it? Feels like it. 4 hours on the dot. There we go. So I'll say goodnight here. Take care on the roads. And I'll see you again next weekend, hopefully. And thanks for your donations, or Michael King at least. He's the one that's able to keep me going, else I may have given up by now. So blame him. But yeah, at least he's helping pay some of the funding. Yeah, I think Pilled's still pretty low, people watching there still. Anyway, say goodbye there, and there. And wind it down, guys. And my eyes are really blurry now. I still yet to afford to maybe get some glasses, or see if I can get glasses, make it better for a computer. But I think I've got a big dentist bill coming up again. Another $1,000 probably. So yeah, I don't know why it disconnected there on Pill, but hopefully it restarted okay without too much loss. And good night, Michael. Thanks for your donation anyway. I'll catch you on Discord anyway. And I need to catch up on the war news, I guess. I think Mike King's fallen asleep. So what would it be, 4 o'clock in the morning or gone? It's the weekend for him. He can sleep in tomorrow. Afternoon, you should have a nap. If it's late at night, you should have a nap before my show. That 3-hour nap really does help, I tell you. Have your dinner, have a 3-hour nap, then jump on the web again. I do that quite often. It really works. Anyway, I better shut down some of this.